Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. It's a Taco Tuesday, top of the fair. Here in the eye in the London sky, I'm Sugar Doyle with you for the program changes. Currently 4 Celsius, that's 39 Fahrenheit. Fast and dry conditions to begin this evening's 10 race card. Coming across the roof, there is a bit of a drizzle in the air, 0 wind, but again, fast and dry conditions to start the card. Program changes are next. Stand by. Alrighty, in the opener, the Pacers, number 3, Tea Time Pat, switching to a blind bridle. Number 8, Oguda, will be wearing blinkers. Second race, Trotters, it's clear. Trotting event, race 2 to start the pick 4, no changes. The third race then, number 8, McMado, has been scratched. Number 9, Scottish Mock, is going to move in and leave from that trailing spot 8. Again, in the third, scratch the 8. The 9 will go and leave from the trailing spot 8. Fourth race is clear. Race 5, the early High Five Opportunity. In the fifth race, number 6, JMR Mockmel, started in London April 21st. Was placed 6th, was well back. Scott Ray was driving, so no mile charted as this one was distanced after being interfered with in the early going. Number 8, Century Georgia, April 21st. Here in London, finished 3rd, race time 2-1-1. Jay Harris was up. Race 6, starting up a late pick 5, no changes in that opening leg. In race number 7, the 5, Top Hall, puts the blinkers on, and we will need a driver for 7, Atalanta Express. No Colin Kelly tonight. Race number 8, and the 9th, saying no changes. We're going to add this, though, for race number 9. Take note, the 7, Sicario, is going to leave from the trailing post 8. So again, in race number 9, the preferred trotting event, 6 starters on gate. The trailer will be the 7, Sicario. It is listed in our on-track program that 7, Sicario, is leaving from post position 8. And the 10th and final race, race 10, the High Five Finale, back on the pace. Number 2, Sweetest Hustle, switching to the blind bridle, and the driver TBA for 7, Better Enjoy. You're up to speed for changes thus far. When I've got those driver additions to pass along, I will do so. 8 minutes wagering time on race 1 of 10 in London. We'll take a short break right now and come back and discuss the early pick 5 beginning in race number 1. Lots more to come. Stick around.
It's a spring tradition, the Kamloops Classic at the Raceway, presented by Sealster Farms. The ultimate night for race fans and a great way to bring on summer. Great food, big pools, live entertainment, giveaways, a patio party, and more. Plus, admission is free. Circle May 26th on your calendar. The Kamloops Classic presented by Sealster Farms. Find out more at kamloopsclassic.ca.
Hi, welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. Sugar Doyle with you from the eye in the London sky. We've got 10 races on tap tonight. It's a pretty good split, Pacers and trotting events. And last night's racing action, I believe we got Robert Reed Jr. with us, right? Robert Reed Jr., the Tuesday evening special here in London. He's with us for the commentary, ticket ideas, selections. Robert, did you catch the action here last night? No Plan Intended shows up in London in a big way.
Yeah, one heck of a stretch battle too, wasn't it? I mean, I thought Ideal Perception was going by,
Yeah.
and just could not get past that gritty winner.
Yeah.
Real big effort from that one. No plan intended. I think it was second start back, and a very strong one at that. For me, Sugar, my heart was broken last night with Tamita Bayama. Didn't have that one on the pick 5 ticket.
Yeah.
Post 7 I thought was too tough. Wow, is that old horse ever racing well, though, right now?
14-year-old son of Cam Luck and zoned in Tyler Borth, of course, on board for the drive. Tamita Bayama, he is racing for that $7,000 tag. He's not going as quick as he used to get around London, but his form right now is some of the best form I've ever seen from this horse in London.
And I ended up talking to myself, right, as others did on Twitter after the race, because how do you leave Tyler Borth off the ticket, right? I mean, right now, the way he's driving, outside post, I mean, I haven't seen a guy actually get one off the wings of the gate like he can right now and get to the lead instantly from that post 7. Hats off to the horse. I mean, finding his stride. I mean, he's kind of been one that you said kind of in and out of form at times.
Yes.
Right now, he's at the top of his game.
Yeah.
And it's great to see one that, is putting it all together, at the end of his career.
Very wonderful to see. Again, 14-year-old son of Cam Luck, and now 3 in a row in London. Tyler Borth with the walk-off grand slam. His confidence level is way up there right now. I wasn't quite sure of it until I read it again about him winning 5 races here on Friday night. He is the leading driver in all of Canada thus far, 2023, for driving wins. So kudos to Tyler, and let's hope the good times continue to roll.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I got to interview him a few times last season, lucky enough to chat with Tyler, and talked about that career season last year.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be talking about that again this summer, right? With the year he's having. And even when he goes to Mohawk Park, he's been holding his own there, turning a lot of heads, right? So we're going to see a lot more double duty from Tyler, no question about it.
Right on. Lots to talk about with Tyler Borth. Lots to talk about with the Pick 5 play. We've got some ticket ideas here to go up on the monitors, courtesy of yours truly and Robert Reed Jr. himself. For me, I'm going to spend a little on this one. This one's not really that easy. The sequence kind of tough. I'm going to go 4 deep in the opening leg. We're using Batitude. I believe it could be the Raceway debut for that Arts Peak filly. My outside voice from the center, Red Sky tonight, trailing out Oguda. Oguda right now a 3-1 price player, but it's that tough trailing spot to overcome. Then we're using Lily's Lass and Last Shot, who was so good last time out. I could have singled Lily's Lass. Maybe some will, but the Last Shot definitely going in the right direction. 1 and 3 for me in the second. 2 and 4 in the third, using the class dropper, Straight Talker, Something Royal, Deepest of All. In the fourth, we've got some inexperience going in behind the gate. It's the Maiden, Fillies and Mares on the pace, and a few shipping in from Woodbine Mohawk Park. Fifth race to complete, we're looking at 4, Rose Run Vigilant, and the 8, Century Georgia. That's how I see this early pick 5 shaking down. Robert Reed Jr., your best shot at the early pick 5.
Well, I'm with you almost, pretty much throughout the sequence, Sugar, except I'm going to single right here in the opener. Okay, we're very similar in many spots, but I'm going to single the 8, Oguda. You know how much I love this.
Yeah,
filly.
For sure.
We've been on her a bunch of times now. Her last 2 at Mohawk Park, that's against infinitely tougher.
Oh, for
no
sure.
question about it. Third, 2 back, and then last time, a long way in the lead. Those are torrid fractions before finishing 6th. Now getting back to the Raceway where she's won 2 in a row. It would likely have been more than that if not for that break and stride on March 14th. So trailing post and all, we're going to single her. Actually, almost keyed 2 from the trailing post in this sequence, and then I maybe thought better of it. Race 2, I agree with you. Lily's Lass is one you can maybe single in there, but Last Shot, we've always said it, when she finds her A game, she can shoot right up the class ladder, and we saw a semblance of that last time. So I think you've got to have the 3 Last Shot on your ticket on race number 2. Race 3, I thought was a real difficult contest. 2, 3, 4, and 6 for me. I do like the 2 class droppers, the 2 and 4. Jackie Davis mixed in, and Woodmere Stella as well, I think is worth the use in there. That one gets the face easier. Race number 4, almost singled the 8 Hello Life. Sophomore debut. Love the qualifier last time. Back half 58-1 over the Raceway. It's a half-mile surface. Twin B Rise and Shine was the winner in that occasion. I think this one raced deceptively well, and I was almost going to single her, but I said 2 trailing post That would be maybe insane. So we're going to throw the 5 on Lady Get Lucky. I thought was making a nice move last time before that break in stride. I mean, I always get worried when you see a big margin and a 26-4 last quarter. Was it really that fast or not? She was moving pretty well, though. I think she can certainly hold her own against this group if she can get around a half-mile surface. Race 5 for me. Ooh, you see it. I think it's a competitive race.
Yeah.
I'm 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. And I think you might get the number down in that one. I think that might be the spot you look to get the price down in. Century Georgia to me is maybe the obvious one, but we're right back to that trailing post again, Sugar. So I think that even if we get some of these trailing posts down, we might see a decent payout because people don't generally like to go there. I do think this race is an intriguing one, and there's some horses that might raise their game. Even the Rosella, right? Rosella's one that she can go with these at her best. You got Shady Memories, the 2, getting back to the barn of Doug Walters. Again, I want to spread out there 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8.
Here's the thing. We started talking about these pick 5 tickets 3 or 4 minutes ago. The 8-horse, Oguda, was 3-1. Word went up there that you were singling the 8 in the opener. The odds have took a big drop, 3-5 right now from 8 Oguda. We don't normally see that low of odds on a trailing horse here in London because that post position, it's been tough all meet, and we'll see how Oguda gets along with it. Puts the blinkers on for Team Horner. You can see the horses and drivers getting set to vacate the paddock. They'll be stepping out on the post parade. Race 1 of 10 comes out onto the track here shortly. Thanks so much, Robert. Best of luck to all racing and playing this evening in London. Here we go. Starters on parade. It's race number 1 of 10. The Pacers to start things up here in the opener. You're looking at 1 Batitude for Pamela Goodale along with Nicholas McHugh. Pamela training. Jason Ryan on board. Number 2, Sunshine and Rain. Garrett Rooney stays on for Keith Wilson. Dean Wall. Dean trains. Tea Time Pat is number 3. Tyler Borth for Al Bowden. John Pentland conditions. Tyler coming in off of, tell you what, he had 5 wins here on Friday night. He had 4 driving wins on Monday. The good times continue to roll for Borth in London. 4-horse, My Outside Voice, Scott Coulter for Catherine McClure. George McClure training. The 5, Red Sky Tonight, second start of the season for Stephen Marilyn Gillard along with Heather Piggott. Heather trains. Natasha Day. Number 6, J.S. Bet This Lady, Roger Gebhardt, training and driving for Carol Gebhardt. 7 outside, 28 late. Dennis Jewett, the owner breeder. Larry Jewett trains. Lorne House. And the trailing spot for the returning Oguda. Oguda's back with us from the big track. RAW Equine Inc. along with Mark Horner and the ownership line Mike Horner. Trains and drives the 8 Oguda. There she is, stepping out here. Currently a 3-5 choice in race number 1 of 10. In the first race, number 8, Oguda. returns to where she was winning easily here in March. Getting a tougher post, though. And she is a top selection here for you, Robert, still maintaining that 3-5 status.
Yeah, I figured she'd be bet off the board, Sugar. I mean, it's such a drop down in class, right? Getting back to the raceway. Now, again, we've talked about it all meet. The trailing post has been extremely difficult for horses to get away from and negotiate any kind of a decent trip from.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she's the type of horse that can overcome it because I think she can stay with them off the gate. And she can make that move in the early part or middle part of the mile and be able to withstand it. We've seen her do that before. It looks fantastic on the track right now. I thought she, made a good account of herself at Mohawk Park against Better, and I think she just gets back in the win column here at the Raceway.
Here's the thing. She's been up at the big track. You mentioned quick fractions in her latest. She's down to the half and 55-4 now, leaving from a trailing spot. I'm thinking there's a chance she could get a little bit bully. The pace is not going to be as quick as she's been doing there in recent starts over the big track.
It's true. I mean, it's one of those things, too, where you sometimes see a horse in the trailing post has kind of been asked to go forward.
Right.
And she's been asked to go forward in each of her last four, even her last two here.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get jammed up right off the gate. And I mean, last time when she made her break in stride,
right,
it was from the trailing post. So,
right.
I mean, that is an obvious concern. I'm hoping she kind of just gets handled carefully off the switch tonight and then just attacks them. And I think that's her best path to victory. And again, I think if she does that, and has anything close to her best, they're not going to be able to go with the gears that she has.
So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on her behind the gate and through the opening turn. If she gets away cleanly and can reach the opening quarter mile with a clean way of going, she would be very tough to beat. But again, she's been on the lead in recent starts and, of course, over the big track and the spring series at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Great to see her back. This big daughter of Better Than Cheddar. Oh, Gooda, still faved here as we go inside of 2 minutes here on race number 1. Here's Natasha Day on board for Heather Pickett, the 5 Red Sky tonight. A decent season debut, very nice back half, and was on the wide side late, finishing second best.
Yeah, we kind of talked about her and saying how she was taking so much wagering support. First start back, we need to keep an eye on her, maybe one to watch, and it was the right move to watch her, Sugar, because, I mean, it's a big ask, right? And France Sports Writer was much the best on that occasion. But now we're second start back, and it's funny, when I looked at this race, I was going down from the top, from top down to the bottom, and I said, Red Sky tonight, there's my single.
Yeah.
Right? Until I got down to Oh Gooda.
Yes.
And then I said, okay, wait a second, now I need to rethink this, because I was waiting for this one to come back second start, thinking, we're going to see that big improvement as we usually see. Maybe a little more aggressive as well, but I couldn't put her ahead of Oguda. I think that she might be playing second fiddle again, or one to use on the ticket somewhere. I just can't see her going with the legs of that one. Not second start, back off a layoff.
All right, we're now less than a minute, and there's a few others maybe to think about, but Red Sky tonight, Oguda, certainly kind of jumping off the page here in the opener. Back to last night. How about punches and bunches, and how about the win price on them? Our bettors, the players, they didn't get behind him as much last night. 7-2 price, and finished up his mile 55-2, and take nothing away from the one he beat, Jack Panic. What a big trip! That was some horse race, start to finish.
It really was, and you're right. I mean, a horse that always gets bet down is always a fan favorite. You never would have expected that price. And another huge performance for that one. He loves the raceway. There's no question about it. He's overcome some difficult trips to find the winner's circle. The other one, Sugar, that I thought paid incredible. Come on, Artie, $20.
Oh, yes.
He's another horse that's just been piling up victories when he gets a good post. And that was another nice win from that one and Andy Moore. And I never dreamt we'd see 9-1. Of course, the pick 5 paid fantastic, but I didn't use Tabitabayama. That was my downfall.
This is where I'm going to give a shout-out to our friends at Classic Rock 98.1. Their feature race was the 6th yesterday. Come On Artie was winning. Blair and Rubino, who I've been talking with at Classic Rock 98.1. Blair was able to select Come On Artie, the upset winner there of their feature race. And when he made front and was putting some separation on them early, it was looking really good for Come On Artie in the early going.
It was, and I mean that's the name of his game, right? He's been so good on the engine, and when he does kind of get things his own way and kind of gets freewheeling on the lead, he's been untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
So I was loving every second of that race. I had him on top as well.
Yeah.
But you got to string it together, right, Trigger? And sometimes it's heartbreaking when it doesn't work out that way.
I was putting together my multi-legs, and I start off in the opening leg, and I've got 1, 3, 6 selected, and then I'm going through the other races, and I'm thinking, you're too deep in one of these races. You gotta cross one off somewhere, and it happened to be the 3 I crossed off in that opening leg with Come On Artie. But he proved me wrong, and a nice trip for a new mark last night. I'm told the recall here in race number 1, they got set to line up, but a recall, and it's been charged to the 6 JS Bet This Lady. Maybe an equipment adjustment. I think the check might have came undone for the 6 JS Bet This Lady. So the windows are still open and selling. So we're going to expect a huge pick 5 pool here that the horse players are still playing into.
Yeah, it's always, sometimes, obviously for a horse coming from the trailing post, I'm not too fond of a recall, right? But for us building this pool size up, certainly not the worst thing in the world. A little more time to get your wagers in. But again, we'll watch closely Oguda now because, again, a recall is not the best situation for one leaving out from the trailing post.
The one good thing about this recall is they didn't come all the way through the stretch. The horses weren't, getting all up and into it and stuff. The recall happened very quick. The car might have moved, I don't know, a half of a 16th of a mile. It was just very brief. Horses going in behind the gate. So I don't see the 8 Oguda all worked up too much with Horner. Horner's got a good hold of her, but not straight back on her, so she's not worked up at all. There is still time here to wager on race number 1 as the gate moves once again. Here we go. It's the first of 10 in London. Here we go. Take 2 on race number 1. Batitude on the rail, then Sunshine and Rain. Tea Time Pat. My Outside Voice is in the center. Then Red Sky Tonight. JS Bet This Lady. 28 late Oguda. Back tearing it this evening. She's a 4-5. Odds-on favorite. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. 28 late from the outside gate is crossed on over. Those killer crossovers continue in London. 28 late for House. Did cross on over here at 19-1. She's on top by 2.5 lengths. Batitude got away in second. Sunshine and Rain looks at it from third. Fourth and in for Red Sky Tonight. Fifth and wide. A parking ticket for JS Bet This Lady. Inside, traveling 6, Oguda. Next to last came My Outside Voice and a gapped-off trailer in Tea Time Pat. Up and by the quarter mile, just 29 4. 28 late, just coasting through the second quarter. Outside and driving, the parked out JS Bet This Lady could pose a traffic woes threat to the backfield here as they approach the half mile. It's 4 in, it's 4 out, and it's JS Bet This Lady up against the pace setter, 28 late, towed up into it. Now in third, Red Sky Tonight, fourth and in for Batitude, setting it up third over. Only 4 lengths off the lead now in fifth for Oguda. Along the inside with Sunshine and Rain, the back markers continue to be My Outside Voice. And Tea Time Pat, the half was only a minute and 3/5, and you can throw a blanket over the whole field as they straighten for the backside run. And House says it's time to go with 28 late. She's back on top by a length and a house. Second best, Red Sky Tonight, widest of all, Oguda. Oguda's closing up quickly on the 3 wide side for Horner. 3/4, 130 and 4, and the sprint is on. Oguda navigating the final turn. She's out there showing a clear lead. Up between pacers, Red Sky Tonight, 28 late, has faded to third, inside fourth, Batitude through the stretch and to the mile. Oguda returns, and she's going to go right back to the winner's circle here in London for Team Horner. Second best was Red Sky Tonight. My Outside Voice from way back to be third, 28 late, stays on for fourth, 2 minutes, 1/5, big final quarter speed for the big filly Oguda. Solid start to our Tuesday night opener, just shy of $70,000 wagered on the opener. The pick 5 play, $22,000 plus, and a 4 to 5 fave, and Oguda to start things up. Unofficial winner, the favorite Oguda, 8, 5, 4, and 7. Your top 4 unofficial. Smart steer from Mike Horner on board the 8-0 Gooder to get the big daughter of Better Than Cheddar to the winner's circle there. She's out of the American Ideal mare, Oh the Joy, owned by RAW Equine Inc. of Burlington, Mark Horner of St. Mary's. Mike Horner training and driving this one to her 5th career win, already 4 on the season. She wins tonight, 2 minutes, 1/5 from off the pace. Winning caretaker Page. Fine job with Oguda there tonight in London. Congratulations. $360 to win for Oguda. Exactor $11.90. Dollar try $30.85. Super for $1. $171.30. The 20 center comes back at $34.26. Should add Robert Reed Jr. ice cold on that triactor, coming back at over $60 on the $2 play. Nice job, Robert, on the ice cold try in the opener. Second race tonight, the Trotters. 7 of them. Exactor tries, Super starting up the early pick 4. Another $7,500 guaranteed pool to chase after. Low take, of course. The go-to wager in the pick 4 starts up in 11 minutes.
Oguda, a much the best winner in the opener at the Raceway, and does so at 4-5. A bigger price, Sugar, than I expected. I thought she'd be maybe even south of 1-2 in there, and I guess the trailing post certainly kept the price up. Not the way I kind of drew it up. I mean, you ended up being third over.
Yeah.
Certainly, the traffic trouble for her on the outside there, but it didn't matter. She was much the best.
Yeah, when she went to the widest of all side going into that final turn, she was certainly marching. For a big filly, she corners well here in London, and she was in full flight there and had no trouble at all. And, soft fractions for the pace setter. Didn't matter. Oguda was just too much racehorse here for them this evening. And great to see horse players back to the tune of 4-5, and they got paid for Oguda there in the opener. It's the pick 4 play. Starting up here in race number 2, surprisingly, number 4 Goaltender opens up as a favorite here, yet to win in 2023, and I do not have that horse whatsoever to start up my early pick 4. I'm going to stay with the Lily's Last on the class drop and stay with Last Shot, who was much, much better last time out. She certainly showed it when scoring down. I'm going to be looking for her score down again this evening here in London. I'll be looking at quite a few because the score downs can certainly tell the tale here at the Raceway. Over to race number 3, the 2 Straight Talker, the 4 Something Royal, both class dropping and both showing decent miles in their latest over London. Deepest of all, race number 4. That's where I'm looking for a price with 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8, and looking to close things out with Rose Run Vigilant, who's been improved for Team Hamlin last outing and going into tonight. And the 8th Century Georgia just has to show up with her A game. It's Jay Harris staying on for Cam McQueen. That's the way I see this early pick 4. Robert Reed Jr., your thoughts?
Well, I'm with you here, Sugar, in the opening leg race, too. I've got the 1 Lily's Last. I think Last Shot right now, real nice number on the board, 7-1. You said it, though, right? Last Tuesday night, if they showed it before the race, they showed it in the race. And Last Shot's one we want to watch closely because we hadn't seen that from her in her prior efforts. We see her looking good again tonight. I'd say that anything north of 3-1 might be a nice value play there on Last Shot. So 1-3 for me here in the opener. I don't have Goaltender in my top 4. I'm a big fan of trainer Rafael Barras as well. I just don't think this one's been raced against tough enough horses for me to get behind him in this spot. So I've got the 1-3. I'm with you here. And 2, 3, 4, and 6 for me in race number 3. Like the 2 class droppers, adding in a couple others I think might come up with better efforts this time around. That includes the 3 Jackie Davis and the 6 Woodmere Stella. Like those 2's chances in there as well of those 2 class droppers. Race number 4, the 5 and 8 for me. I almost singled the 8 Hello Life. Didn't want to get too crazy with the trailing post here at the card. I've been kind of going there quite a bit lately. But I did use a 5 Lady Get Lucky. Thought this one, should be more than competitive against this group, getting to the, getting to the Raceway. Last time was making a decent move, I thought, on the outside before making that break in stride. So will she take to the surface is the major question. If she does, I think she's got a chance in race number 4. No single for me. Race 5, no single for either of us, I guess, Sugar. I'm 5 deep, though, in the finale. I do like Rose Run Vigilant. I thought that was a much improved effort last time. And I think the Century Georgia is one that you've got to, keep a close eye on, kind of got mixed up in that early confusion last time before finishing 3rd. I just thought there was some other directions maybe to go for a price in there. So I went 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. But you really wouldn't be surprised if we saw, a few trailing posts hit in this early pick 5 because I'm kind of fond of a few of them from that spot.
The more I look at that race 5 and the more you mention, you're 5 deep in there and there's lots, maybe it's just as simple as the all button, right? I mean, I'm looking at them all and whoever's got the Ray game tonight, right? Even the 6, JMR Mockmel, she is dropping in class there. It's an easier spot for trainer Michael Stamp. Scott Ray goes back on board. Diamonds Are Twine, one of the longer shots in the morning line at a post 5. That all button could be the trick in race number 5. There's the live money remaining in play for the pick 5 pool of 22,000 plus, little less than half still in play after the favorite Oguda starting things up. So it's the second race up and coming, Trotters to begin our early pick 4. Cappers, Robert Reed Jr., Lou Sorella, Rod Adams Jr. of Nahoo Picks, Nathan Bain, myself, we're all over the 1. Lily's Lass, Jeff Hunt on board. It got the warm-up. Nice and easy warm-up for the daughter of Angus Hall. Not stressed at all through her warm-up, and she finished up well. Jeff Hunt, Ontario's newest driver in command of number 1, Lily's Lass, here in race number 2. So moments away from a post parade. It's race 2, the start of the early pick 4. I can tell you I've just been notified of multiple claims in race number 3. Multiple claiming action here. There is a single claim for number 2, Straight Talker, in race 3. Also in the third, number 4, Something Royal. 3 claims have been entered. So there you have it. In the third, a single claim on 2. 3 claims on 4 in race number 3. Race 2 trotters out on a post parade. Non-winners, $5,000 in their last 3. Also eligible. The claiming tags, $18,000. You're looking at the 1, Lily's Last, right out of the preferred here for Patrick Hunt and Goldfinger Stables. Pat Training, Jeff Hunt is in the sulky. Number 2, Hot Fudge Sunday. It's Alfie Carroll driving for Angie and Mary Carroll. Angie trains. Britt Kennedy owning and training number 3, Last Shot. Garrett Rooney stays on to drive. Goaltender from the center, post 4, Francois Morin owning. It's Rafael Barassa training. Sam Filion up. Then the 6, make it the 5. Should have known better. Tony Hamlin on board for owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. The 6, Eyes of Justice. Son of Justice Hall goes out for owner-trainer Jason Sherman. Travis Henry stays on. And 7 outside for Trade Barrier. It's another for owner-trainer Angie Carroll. Scott Coulter with the catch driving assignment. There you have it, your 7 trotters. Opening leg of an early pick 4, Exactor Tri Super. So race 2, the 1, Lily's Last. This looks like a very good spot for her. She'll just have to stay trotting this week. She made a rare break behind the gate. It appears an interference break last time out, Robert. So another one. We'll look forward to getting away cleanly tonight.
Yeah, and it was an uncharacteristic break from Monaro Truck Perfetto, right? And
Right.
that race too, that they kind of hooked up. It looked like. And her race was taken away from her. I mean, she went to the front 2 back in the Preferred Sugar, and she went a long way before getting caught by Arrakis and Power and Grace. We'd be more than happy to back both those trotters in here. And, I mean, runner up 3 back to Arrakis at that same level. She was second to Trade Barrier at this level, 4 back. Just kind of everything kind of comes up Lily's Last for me in this race. And, again, it's not one of those ones where you look at and say, I'd be worried she's making a miscue again, because it really wasn't her fault last time. Pole position to work from, all kinds of early speed. It should be a catch me if you can spot, and 6 to 5 is about the price I was expecting.
Right on. You're looking at Last Shot. She's nice and relaxed, this daughter of Angus Hall. I did catch her warm up. It was a nice and easy, just kind of floating on out there. She appears to be feeling good. She looks good. Ontario's newest driver, Jeff Hunt, on board. And now we get a look at the number 3, Last Shot. Now, the look I was seeing last week, it's kind of there this week. The look I got from Last Shot last time around, where she was a winner, she was nice and loose. And when I caught her on parade here this week, the first thing I thought about was confident. She looks so confident tonight.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what we were looking for, right? I mean, a few of the other starts, we were kind of making note of it.
Yeah.
She kind of went out there and just kind of didn't really seem so lively, didn't have her ears up, didn't look like she was having fun. Last time you made note of it before the race, you said that this is a different horse out there now.
Sure.
Maybe we're going to see the older version of Last Shot out there. One that we've seen kind of go right up to the preferred ranks and be, competitive at that level. And she went out there and she showed it. I mean, she didn't we didn't even really think that Garrett cared where he got away. Tried to leave, took her back, got away 4th, pulled first up, and it was never in doubt.
Never.
At 7 to 5. 3 to 1. I mean, that's a threshold I was talking about, right? You're looking for 3 to 1 or higher on her. And I would say that she looks good enough that, maybe worth a win ticket. If you don't want to swallow the 4 to 5 on Lily's Last, which, I mean, I don't think you should ever be betting a horse at that price to win. You're okay to go in the direction of Last Shot. I'm happy to have her on my ticket again.
She looks as good or better than she did last week. For me, again, it's the look of the head, the ears. There's a whole new look to her confidence level this time around. Last Shot, Rooney stays on for Kennedy here. One to consider at a post 3, 7 to 2. Again, it's the opening leg of this evening's early pick 4. Another one you're thinking about, the 5, should have known better, the closer.
Yeah, I mean, 22 to 1. That's
longest shot of the board. Yeah.
On a horse that 2 weeks ago we had said, this horse is sitting on a win. Yeah, even money was too short of a price. Facing a more difficult field, I think, this time around. But I don't think he should be anything close to 22 to 1. I mean, he was in tip-top form in many of those efforts, and last time, I don't think it was, a bad effort. Finished 4th, rounded up the Super at 15 to 1. I just think that you got to have him in your exotics. Any kind of decent trip, he can be there with those, and I think trifecta Super all day.
All day long, try Super. I'm looking at him and I'm thinking probably should be more like 8 to 1, 7 or 8 to 1 on the board versus the 21 to 1. Longest shot on the board on 5. Should have known better. Alfie Carroll, we'll see on Hot Fudge Sunday. Faded to 3rd in the late going, likely to be racing up close this week with an inside post.
I think same trip coming, but I mean, had no answer for Last Shot, right? So the price discrepancy I thought would be wider there. I mean, I think you should be at least double. Right now, they're close to that 3 to 1 versus 5 to 1.
Yeah.
I think it will be up close again. I can't put him anywhere higher than 3rd or 4th.
Here we go. It's the race 2 trotters to start up this evening's early pick 4 in London. We've got Lily's Last, Jeff Hunt. Hot Fudge Sunday, Alfie Carroll. Last Shot, Garrett Rudy. Goaltender, Sam Filion, should have known better. Tony Hamlin, Eyes of Justice, Travis Henry, Trade Barrier. Scott Coulter, all 7 noses on gate. Picking up speed, here they come. They're off. Eyes of Justice leaving on out of there. Eyes of Justice crossing over for Travis Henry, away in second. Hot Fudge Sunday, last shot. Going to be up close there in third. A slow get, an adventurous getaway for Lily's Lash. She's a midfield fourth. Fifth best for goaltender. Then came Should Have Known Better. The earliest trailer was Trade Barrier. So they're going to be single file on through this opening quarter mile. And 5-2, second choice, Eyes of Justice. Cuts the fractions, 29-2. Opened it up. Hot Fudge Sunday for the 2-hole ride. It's last shot. Following up the speed. She's third. Thinking about it fourth. Last shot. Last shot angling to the outside now for Hunt. Down in front of us they travel, being left alone here since the start. Eyes of Justice looking very comfortable on his front-end mission. He's got a lap to go here to seal the deal. 30-3. Second quarter breather for this leader. He got over the half at a minute flat, and it's going to be Catch Me If You Can for the rest. Eyes of Justice now on top by 2.5. Hot Fudge Sunday riding pylons in second. Lily's Last got underway. She's third best to the outside. Last shot. A locked and block fourth. Fifth and wide. That was a goaltender. Should have known better. Going widest of all at 3/4. Saving ground will be Trade Barrier. Final turn action. After 3/4, 128-3. Eyes of Justice. The one-eyed wonder just tossed a 28-3 third quarter at them, and he's still maintaining a 2-length lead over Hot Fudge Sunday. Last shot still locked and blocked. Lily's Last, not tonight. Eyes of Justice has been sitting on a win for a long while now. He's almost there. Eyes of Justice holds on. Henry for Sherman. Second best was Hot Fudge Sunday. It got really close for third between Last Shot and Lily's Last. 159 flat. Gate to wire. Eyes of Justice. Judge's inquiry here. It involves the one, Lily's Last, possible pylon violation following the start. Again, a judge's inquiry involves the one, Lily's Last, possible pylon violation following the start. Hold all tickets. So number 6, Eyes of Justice. Rolling gate to wire here. Very sharp winner. Right off the car and to the finish. On top all the way here to win in 159 flat. A 6-2, 3-1. Unofficial. Again, the judge's inquiry involves the unofficial 4th place finisher. Lily's Last, possible pylon violation following the start. Here he is, Eyes of Justice, the one-eyed wonder, returns to the winner's circle here in London. 5-year-old son of Justice Hall from the Superstar Ranger mare. Nobody Knows But Me. Owned and trained by Jason Sherman of Beachville, Ontario. Travis Henry was on for this gate-to-wire victory for Eyes of Justice. 8th career win, already 4 on the season, as he wires up this field in race 2. Eyes of Justice, 159 flat. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, number 1, Lily's Lass, was inside 2 consecutive pylons, though she was not lapped on at the finish. Thus, no placings. 6, 2, 3, and 1 looks to stand here in race number 2. Again, the 1, Lily's Lass, was inside 2 consecutive pylons, though she was not lapped on at the finish. Thus, no placing. 6, 2, 3, and 1 looking to stand here in race number 2. Eyes of Justice, $7 on the nose. Exactor came back at $47.80. Dollar Try, $70.40. The Superfecta for $1, $225.95. The early double, Oh Gooda, in front of Eyes of Justice for $18.40. Lily's Lass was 4th. Hot Fudge Sunday 2nd. Last Shot was 3rd. Goaltender 6, should have known better 7. Eyes of Justice won it. Trade Barrier finishing 5th, 29-2 a minute, 128-3, mile of 159 flat. It was Catch Me If You Can, and they couldn't. Eyes of Justice wires them in the second. Top down a 4-2-3, 6-7, 1-5. Third, Up and Coming, back on the pace. A single claim for 2, Straight Talker. 3 claims on 4. Something Royal, scratch the 8, McMado. Number 9, Scottish Mock, is going to move in and leave from the trailing spot 8. It's the Exactor. Try Super early. Pick 3 Opportunity coming your way in 9 minutes.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
The routine. Start today at OntarioRacing.com.
So a sharp drop to the live money in play for the Pick 5. The Pick 5 pool of $22,000 plus, and now down to $2,196 live. Following the mild upset victory of Eyes of Justice was 5-2 on the morning line, and pretty much let go at those kind of odds came post time. Eyes of Justice won that one right off the car for Travis Henry. A wonderful job, Jason Sherman with Eyes of Justice. He was sitting on a win for a while now, dating back to mid-February. He's been right there and in the hunt, and dropped out of the preferred, and we let him go in there. 4 minutes to post time. The upcoming third, the Pick 4, live money, $12,000 pool, and it's $2,383 live. After the victory of Eyes of Justice, awaiting a post parade. It's the upcoming third as we go back on the pace. And again, a single claim for the 2, Straight Talker. 3 claims entered on number 4, Something Royal. Updating a driver change in the 7th. If you want to go to race 7, the Trotters, number 7, Atalanta Express, the driver will be Sam Filion. Sam Filion now for race 7, the 7. Here come your Pacers. This evening's third race, $7,000 claiming event for the mares on the pace. Exactor Tri Super. It's a pick 3. Number 1, Crystal Dragon, Tyler Borth tonight for owner-trainer Troy Cochran. Out of post 2, Straight Talker, the class dropper for Doug Hastings. Brian Daly, Michael Carther training. Garrett Rooney's on. A single claim is entered. Jackie Davis, 3. Jay Harris for owner-trainer Cam McQueen. Then the 4, Something Royal for Dave and Nathan Bain. Dave training, Sam Fillion up. 3 claims are entered. Here's Brett McDonald on 5, Kempenfeld. Going back on for Leanne Davidson, trainer Daryl Laver. Number 6, Woodmere Stella, All-Star Farms owning Kyle Boston's trains, Jason Ryan up. 7 outside, Blissful Anne-Marie, Dan Clements this time for Steve Gerard, Jim Napper. This one trained by Catherine Goodrow. 8 was a scratch. The 9, Scottish Mock, is going to move in and leave from post position 8, owned by Dan Mead, trained by Rob Doyle. Ryan DeRoche on the 9, Scottish Mock. That's your field of 8 on the pace. Again, the Exactor, the Tri, Super, and a pick 3 starts up. Race number 3, the 4, Something Royal. Way down in class here, showing a 57-4 final half in her latest. She may get there tonight. Right now, she's taking all the early action. Sam Fillion driving for the Bains. Something Royal. Top selection here, Robert.
Yeah, and it's a big drop down in class, Sugar. I mean, you're getting down to like the non-winners, right? The winners under class for $7,000 claimers. And I mean, if you look at who she's been facing, I mean, Hal McFeisty would be 1-9 on here, maybe even lower if our parimutuel system allowed it. Dally Cat, I mean, and last time too, you know, had missed a couple weeks between starts. Now on the similar timeline tonight, but just, you know, the more I looked at this race before we started talking about it, I said, wow, you know, maybe. And I'm probably just, you know, hindsight's 2020, right? I leave off my Eyes of Justice, the one I'd wonder who I'm so fond of.
Yeah.
And I use more horses in here than maybe I had to. I don't know. We'll see. But Something Royal, like this is a monumental drop in class. And and I mean, all she has to do is go out there and probably race comparable to the way she's been racing lately. And she could emerge victorious against this group.
The players are on this mare to the tune of 4-5. The horsemen are on this mare as well. 3 claims have been entered. Co-owner Nathan Bain. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't want to jinx her tonight. He's got her pegged for second behind the 2 Straight Talker, but we'll see how that works out. Those are the 2 big class droppers in this field, Robert. 2 Straight Talker and the 4 Something Royal. And I don't know. Are you a fan of the price, 4-5?
I mean, not really. I mean, not on a win ticket anyways, right? I think I was looking at it afterwards thinking, you know, you look back at a sequence and say, how should I have played this differently? And I guess in this race, for me, Something Royal, I mean, the more and more I look at her, the more she stands out. Now, I would put her on top in the exotics and stuff like that. I wouldn't take her at 4-5. Yep. I do agree that, you know, the next closest one that you would think can contend with her would be the likes of Straight Talker. I mean, that's a big discount in her price tag. No question about it. But I mean, Something Royal had been racing against some open claiming horses, right? Which I always will take the open claimer versus the condition claimer, even when there's a big discrepancy in the price, because they're facing tougher competition. Also a 19-time winner in her career versus a 3-time winner. So, but I do agree those are the 2 that kind of stand out on paper.
Right on. We're getting close here. Just over a minute for wagers. It's the early pick 3 starting up. Woodmere Stella. The 6 horse is one you have backed a number of times.
Yeah, and one that's speedy off the gate, right? And that's what you might be looking for here. We just saw Isa Justice do it on the trot, from the same post, and I think that Woodmere Stella has that ability to try that in here. Winners over class in each of her last three. Now she gets back against friends, as you would say, Sugar, and I think that she can be more than competitive against this group. Not in the best form right now, but 12-1. A horse that you can certainly use in the exotics in here, and if you're not willing to take a short price on a horse at this level, maybe she's one you go to for value.
Right on. It's the final call for wagering here on the third race. Final call. And favorite continues to be number 4, Something Royal here at 4-5. 2-1 action for the 2. Straight Talker. The gate is moving. At this time, I'm going to send out birthday wishes to our own Daisy. Yeah, Daisy the Timer. Sweet 16 tomorrow from all your family and friends here in London. Happy birthday, Daisy. She'll clock up the 3rd here at the Raceway, this field of claimers, 1/8 of a mile from the start. Here they come. They're off. Crystal Dragon, Tyler Borth leading early up on the outside. Kempenfelt's in play. Up between Pacers. Something Royal trying to get involved. They're stacked up. And it's a long shot leader for Borth at 17-1. Reaching up on the wide side is Kempenfelt. And still between Pacers, the 1-2 favorite, Something Royal, could be in trouble early here. Gets the cold horse shoulder here through the quarter mile. 28-1, making front Kempenfelt. Got a couple of bombers sitting 1-2. Here's the favorite, Something Royal, still driving on for Filion. Something Royal being used in a big way. Second best is Kempenfelt now towards the inside. Crystal Dragon looks at it from 3rd, switching. Outside and 4th, Jackie Davis getting underway. So Something Royal did take command, but she has paid a huge cost to be the boss in here. Jackie Davis up to go on by now. 58-1 halftime speed. Jackie Davis has taken control, though has not taken the pot-ons. Something Royal digging down deep and coming back on to lead by a half length with Jackie Davis in 2nd. 3rd and in was Kempenfelt. 4th and wide, Straight Talker gets involved. 5th and in for Crystal Dragon. And with them in 6th, Scottish Mock. The back markers are well back. Woodmere Stella against Blissful Anne-Marie up and by 3/4. 128, Jackie Davis back on top by a half length. Trading blows here. Jackie Davis versus Something Royal, and Something Royal comes back to lead by a neck again. 3 wide for Straight Talker, 4 wide. Crystal Dragon in behind the wall is Kempenfelt. Something Royal still going forward. Straight Talker surging late. Crystal Dragon's on the grandstand side. Straight Talker for the win. Crystal Dragon was 2nd. Something Royal was trying to hold 3rd over Kempenfelt. 159-2. Unofficial winner number 2, Straight Talker at 7-2. And it was 1 Crystal Dragon, 4 Something Royal, and 5 Kempenfelt. 2-1, 4-5 unofficial. Here's the 2 Straight Talker returning to victory lane for a drop and pop victory. The 4-year-old daughter of Rory Needy from the Presidential Ball Mare, Armbro Vertical. Owned by Doug Hastings, Brian Daly, Michael Carther, winning trainer, winning driver Garrett Rooney. Perfect steer aboard a Straight Talker to win in 159-2. A juicy 7-2 winner here in the third. Congratulations. Straight Talker paid $9.30. That exactor came back at $75.90. Dollar try $85.35. Super for a buck $683.95. The 20 center worth $136.79. Crystal Dragon was second. Straight Talker was first and claimed. Jackie Davis fifth. Something Royal third and claimed. Kempen Felt finished fourth. Woodmare Stella eighth. Blissful Anne-Marie 78 was scratched. Scottish Mock 6. Fractions 28-1. 58-1. 128. Mile of 159-2. Straight Talker from the top. A 2-1-5. 3-4-8-7. Scratch in 6. The claiming action from race 3. Number 2 Straight Talker was claimed for the price of $10.5. Goes to trainer Gerard Demare. Also from the third, number 4, Something Royal. There were 3 claims entered, and for $8,750 will be going to trainer Cam McQueen. Fourth race up and coming. We're still on the pace. We've got the maiden fillies and mares coming up next. Bit of a mixed bag. We've got some first-time starter action. We've got some London horses in to go against some Woodbine Mohawk Park shippers. Very interesting race for the young fillies and mares. Up next on the pace, exactor try, Super Daily Double in 10 minutes. The claiming action continuing here on and into race number 5. So we got the 4th race coming up. A single claim in the 5th race, the high 5 opportunity. 1 claim entered on number 2, Shady Memories. One further driver change to pass along over into race number 10, the 7 Better Enjoy Make It Travis Henry. Travis Henry for 7 in race number 10 as we go about 6 minutes away from our 4th. Updating the live money. Pick 5, $22,000 plus pool, and it's $492 still in play. Pick 4 pool. Updating the live money there as well, $12,000 plus pool, and it's $509 still in play with 2 legs left to go. Best of luck. We're still going forward 5 minutes away from our 4th race.
It's a spring tradition, the Camelot Classic at the Raceway, presented by Seal Stir Farms. The ultimate night for race fans and a great way to bring on summer. Great food, big pools, live entertainment, giveaways, a patio party, and more. Plus, admission is free. Circle May 26th on your calendar. The Camelot Classic presented by Seal Stir Farms. Find out more at camelotclassic.ca.
Here we go. The Pacers are on parade here for the fourth race. Exactor, Tri, Super, Daily Double. It's the maiden fillies and mares. You're looking at a first-time starter in number 1, Penumbra. It's Ross Holmes, along with Bud and Lindsay Sinclair. Bud trains Brett McDonald on the Daughter of Sports Writer. Number 2, Flamin' Terror. Second best finisher in her latest for Ephraim Zook. Trainers Kyle Bosson, Jason Ryan stays on. A.J. Bella 3, Lauren House for Adrian and Jenny Dimmers. Adrian trains. Here's 4, Cheddar Rose. Cheddar Rose for John and Randy Ryer. John trains. Garrett Rooney's up. Then the 5, Lady Get Lucky. Chris Matthews training and driving for One Posse, 2 Steves, 3 Brothers stable. Todd Williams also in the ownership line. Best Show 6, Ampillion for Gino Toscani. Trainer Ashley Lenvoy. Outside Chance for number 7, Biggie Off. Mark Horner, Doug Wilson, share ownership, Mike Horner. Training and driving. And the trailing spot for 8, Hello Life. Owned and trained by Bill Leon Jr. Todd Borth is on board for the drive. First time for both Borth and Leon Jr. in a pari-mutuel race. 8 Pacers, 4th race, Exactor Tri, Super Daily Double. So in this 4th race, number 8, Hello Life. Her season debut after a very sharp London qualifier. First time for her new connections. Number 8, Hello Life, 3-1 currently. And a top selection for yourself of Robert Reed Jr.
Yeah, one that I actually, thought about singling in the multi-leg wagers as well. It doesn't matter at this point; I'm dead. But I did think that that qualifier was a real good one. Last season, obviously racing at Mohawk Park in 3 tries. Not obviously the most encouraging efforts, but that qualifier certainly was. Looks like she's come back a lot better this season. New barn, and of course Tyler Borth aboard, and I really think that back half of 58-1's an impressive qualifier.
Huge.
Second to Quinby Rise and Shine,
Right.
and there's just not many in here that have shown those kind of gears on a half-mile surface. Anyways, there's horses that have shown that kind of speed, but it's like you said, Sugar. It's kind of the Mohawk Park Invaders versus horses that have had some experience over the raceway already. So I went in her direction. 7-2 on the board. I think that's a fair price right now. But again, you're hoping a 3-year-old filly in her sophomore debut can work out a trip from the trailing post.
Right on. And you've got the Woodbine Mohawk Park shippers using them for second and third. I'm just not sure what to think of the young horses, the inexperienced ones coming in from the big track. Some of these trying their first time around a half mile. Here's the 5, Lady Get Lucky. There is plenty of speed underneath the hood here for trainer-driver Chris Matthews. Lady Get Lucky, a daughter of He's Watching. Just the braking issues or would kind of jump off the page for me.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, is that's breaking over the bigger surface
Right.
at Mohawk Park. Now you get to the tighter turns here, and you think, okay, can she get around? Like you said, she's shown she's got the speed. I mean, look at
Yes.
the qualifier at
Yeah.
Mohawk Park, back half 56-2. I mean, that right away had me kind of sitting up and wanting to see more from her. That's why I watched that replay several times. April 14th, she was actually moving nicely on the outside when she made that miscue. And then, of course, she motored home. But it's hard to sometimes, trust those times when they're charted so far back, right? I mean, it's an eye test at that point. So, Lady Get Lucky for me, if she can mind her manners, if she can get away reasonably well off the gate, I think she's got a big chance in here. I think a lot of times the problem is when you quickly look at a race like this, you see those quicker times for those ones invading from the big track and think, oh, they're faster, but they're getting beat by wide margins, right? I mean,
Right.
you see even Best Show, she's going to beat double-digit lengths in her last two. She's posting fast times, but that doesn't necessarily mean she can translate that here at the Raceway. So I did put them both underneath my top selection, but I would certainly lean in the direction of Lady Get Lucky of those two, just because I think there's definitely something there. Will she be able to unlock that tonight in her first try over a half? Not so sure, but I did want to have her on the multi-leg tickets.
We are looking at 6 Best Show right now. She's the morning line favorite in here. She does have the half-mile experience over Grand River. She clocked a mile in 57.4 late August last summer. Again, a daughter of Shadow Play here. Best Show out for her Raceway debut.
Yeah, most experienced or second most experienced in the race, right? With 12 starts, only one with more is Flame and Terror with 16. And again, you can't really read too much into those last two efforts. I mean, the first one of the seasons against the Ontario sired Spring Series got beat over 10 lengths in that one, and last time in a non-winners of one event was just never in it, got outran. I mean, there's some decent fractions in there throughout that mile for her, but I don't know if it's enough that I would, be willing to put her on top against this group. I think she could be more the competitive, but for me, more of a player underneath somewhere.
I don't know about you, Robert, but I'm still getting messages. Here we are in race number 4 now, still getting messages involving the winner of race 2, Eyes of Justice. Why did we not have her pegged as a player in there? You know what, Eyes of Justice for me, he just kind of got lost in the mix. The outside post, I did not see him leaving like he did, and that race was pretty much won right off the car.
It was race over right away. I knew as I left the gate, Sugar. Listen, one of those ones where you just didn't think it was going to be tonight. And I posted it on Twitter. I'll take the my bad for that one.
Yeah, here we go then. It's the 4th race Pacers lining up. We've got first-timer Penumbra on the rail, then Flame and Terror, AJ Bella, Cheddar Rose, Lady Get Lucky, Best Show, Biggie off, trailing out, Hello Life, just like that. Field of 8, top of the stretch. Gotta breathe. Here they come. They're off, and the early speed belongs to Flame and Terror again this week. Cheddar Rose up on the outside, left sharply to be second, and up from the back tier spot to be third. Hello Life takes third, fourth it in for the first-timer, Penumbra. Floating on out of there for 5th was Best Show. Then in 6th, Lady Get Lucky got away cleanly. Second to last was AJ Bella, the earliest trailer, Biggie off. Single file, and all together on by the quarter mile, it was 29-2 for the front stepping. Flame and Terror, Jason Ryan, the lead 2 full lengths over the extreme long shot. Cheddar Rose with upset specialist Rooney sitting second at 30-1. Hello Life, she's got to go from third. She is first up now for Borth at 9-5. It's live cover for Best Show. Pairing up now on the half-mile approach. Here is Flame and Terror versus Hello Life. They're together by the half. Minute 4/5, 31-2. Second quarter for Flame and Terror, driving on against the 9-5 second choice Hello Life. Third and in for long shot Cheddar Rose. A second over toe up and 4th Best Show. Widest of all for the backside run, Lady Get Lucky. Surging up on the outside now for Chris Matthews. 6th and in for Penumbra. Then came AJ Bella. Biggie off, up and by 3/4, and they're 3 high. Going there in 1:30 flat. Hello Life took control up between Pacers, Best Show. On the wide side still, Lady Get Lucky. And off the pylons at a 5th and into 4th. Long shot Cheddar Rose. Show 'em if you got 'em time. And it's Hello Life, and it's Best Show. And Lady Get Lucky, grandstand side for Cheddar Rose. Lady Get Lucky is tonight the night. It is Lady Get Lucky. She got lucky for the win. Chris Matthews home and cooled here. 159-3. 3 across for the play spot. That was 5. Lady Get Lucky winning at even money. One of the longest shots on the board. Number 4, Cheddar Rose, second in the place photo. Number 6, Best Show was third. The 8, Hello Life, fourth. 5, 4, 6, 8. Your top 4 unofficial. Returning to victory lane, Lady Get Lucky, splashing here tonight in London. She shows up in the winner's circle to pick up her first career victory. The 3-year-old daughter of He's Watching from the Up the Credit mare, Lady Lay. Owned and bred by One Posse, Two Steves, Three Brothers Stable, along with Todd Williams. He's on the ownership line as well. Chris Matthews training and driving this filly to her maiden score, 159-3. Huge back half for the filly. Came from well off the pace, up on the wide side to get there. Again, a nice back half indeed for Lady Get Lucky with Matthews. Congratulations. The filly, Lady Get Lucky, she pays $430. Exactor $71.60. Dollar try $120.15. Super for $1, $317.45. Your 20 center worth $63.49. Penumbra finished 6. Flame Terror 5th. AJ Bella 7th. Cheddar Rose was 2nd. Lady Get Lucky won it. Best Show 3rd. Biggie off 8. Hello Life finishing 4th. 29-2. A minute 4/5. 130. Mile of 159-3. Back half for Lady Get Lucky, likely in the 57 range. Top down a 6, 5, 7, 2, 1, 3, 8, 4 on the bottom. Race 5 up and coming. A single claim for number 2, Shady Memories. 8 pacers for the Exactor try. Super high 5 in 7 minutes. Race 5 starters on a post parade. $7,000 claiming mares on the pace, the exactor, the try. It's the early high five opportunity. Number 1, See the Delight. Don Rankin Jr. owns, trains, and drives. Out of post 2, Shady Memories. A single claim is entered. Owned and trained by Doug Walters. Johnny Hahn in the sulky. Rosella 3, Brett McDonald for Leanne Davidson, along with Brooke Kupek, Daryl Laver training. Rose Run Vigilant, number 4, Tony Hamlin on board for the owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. Diamonds Are Twine is 5, Christina Soundy, Gary McDonald share the ownership, Gary training, Jason Ryan up. JMR Mockmel. Class dropping here at a post 6 for Michael Stamp and Janet Larcombe, Michael Trains, Scott Ray. 7 outside, PDQ Hanover, Joyce Empey, Lisa Stewart on the ownership line, Ryan Stewart Trains, Totherborth. And then the 8th Century Georgia, current favorite here for Robert and Ron Woodburn. Trainers Cam McQueen, Jay Harris stays on for the drive. That's your field of 8 on the pace for the early high five opportunity, non-jackpot, of course. Number 8, Century Georgia. Third best was the missing line, a mile of 2-1-1 in her latest over London. There was some confusion in the early going in that race. She avoided it. Again, she did finish third and 2-1-1 here on April 21st, talking about that missing line for the 8 Century Georgia. Top selection for yourself, Robert.
Yeah, she is, and she avoided it for the most part. But the only horse that really avoided it was Bumping the Road, right? The winner,
Pace Center. Yeah, she was gonzo. Yeah,
she was gone. I mean, as soon as that mishap happened, it was race over. I thought it was, she was okay to finish third. She only got beat about 4 lengths on the end of it there, and it looks like this group is one that she can get the better of, right? And one that's kind of a versatile type 2 in her racing style. So trailing post won't hurt her too much, but here we are again, right? Like another one from that difficult starting spot, and she's getting bet off the board at 6-5. Yeah. I mean, I think she's one that merits respect in here, but I don't think she's immortal by any stretch.
Especially from the trailing spot, right? Number 8, Century Georgia, taking the early action here. There are others to consider in this race. Number 6, JMR Mockmel, a class dropper here. Scott Ray on board. Second choice currently 2-1.
Yeah, she came out of the same race as Century Georgia, and kind of was affected by by that mishap.
Yeah.
Then it was okay in third. Was moving, I thought, pretty well on the outside, and then made a break for no real apparent reason. So it was kind of double bad luck for JMR Mockmel.
It's coming back to me now. Yeah, she was in play. She was in with a shot. Yeah.
Yeah, and she was 20-1, and I remember thinking, right, like with all the confusion that happened, wow, she's a big price, and she's actually in a spot where she can win, and then she just jumped it off. So kind of an uncharacteristic break for her as well. It may have been a result of maybe not liking what happened in the early part of that race. Who knows? But going into that race, she was dropping down in class, and one that I thought certainly had an outside chance in there. So, I mean, 2-1, you lose all that value now this time around, right? You're getting a tenth of the price, Sugar, which we hate to do, right? 20-1 last time, 2-1 this time. But I do think she's a logical play in here, and probably the main danger to Century Georgia.
Rosella's a speed threat. She made the lead last time out in London, couldn't hold it though.
Yeah, and she's interesting because she comes off that vet scratch lame, and I look at it and you say, well, you missed a week now between starts off that vet scratch lane, but maybe it gives us kind of an insight as to why last time the effort was maybe a little on the poorer side. Home in 32-2, and her last 2 she came home in 32 or slower. But we've seen her do some good things over this surface and against tougher fields than this. So she was one that I thought was worth a play as a price play in the multi-leg wagers. She's 8-1 morning line now. She's bet down to 4-1 in the race. She doesn't really have to come forward too much to maybe give this group, all they can handle. So I thought she was intriguing in here, one you might want to watch off the gate, because if she gets away well off the switch, I think she's got a big chance.
Intriguing for me is 4, Rose Run Vigilant. She's been much better her last 2 chart lines. Her second race for the Hamlin Barn, she won a big one last time.
I thought she was going to be a winner on that occasion, right? She kind of lived on the outside, and you kept on coming, only missed by half a length. And Diamonds Are Twine kind of put up the invisible shield, right, to hold her off on the end there.
Yeah.
And you know what? The price is right at 8-1. For a horse that's kind of in improving form, second start back off a layoff, like you said, the qualifier was good for the Hamlins as well. I'd say you're getting the value on her right now on the board. I thought she might go off of the underlay. The reverse is happening right now. 8-1's an overlay on her.
Robert, post-parade pick right here, long shot, number 1, See the Delight. I caught her score down. She looks fabulous.
Wow, there you go. Everywhere in the exotics then, especially that high five.
Right on. Here we go. It's the high five in the 5th, non-jack, but of course, lining up from the rail, See the Delight, Shady Memories, Rosella, then Rose Run Vigilant, Diamonds Are Twine, JMR Mockmel, PDQ Hanover farthest out, trailing out, Century Georgia, 1/8 of a mile from the start. Claiming Mares on the pace, pick up speed, here they come. They're off. Diamonds Are Twine off the car. See the Delight. Tight quarters there for Rankin. Is going to come on through and cut it. See the Delight. Missionized here in the early going. Pocketing up in second. Diamonds Are Twine. Then away in third. Rosella. 4th best for PDQ Hanover. Longest shot on the board for Borth. Sitting 4th, 5th is Century Georgia. Then came Shady Memories. A gapped off Rose Run Vigilant, treading the field. JMR Mockmel. Opening quarter mile speed was 29-1. And it's tap up time now for See the Delight. 16-1, long shot leader, midway through turn number 2 and being left alone. Second best, Diamonds Are Twine, third and in for Rosella. Up on the outside now, getting underway. 6-5 fave, Century Georgia, chased up here to the half mile. Staying in was PDQ Hanover, underway off the back with Shady Memories. Then Rose Run Vigilant, JMR Mockmel. The half was just a minute flat. 30-4, nice breather for the leader. See the Delight, Century Georgia trying to get close. She's working hard on the outside. Third and in for Diamonds Are Twine. 4th and wide, Rosella. A bare read 5th for, that is, PDQ Hanover way up on the outside. JMR Mockmel, she's 4 deep out there. All together on by 3/4. Little steppy went Rosella. Rosella jumped it off. 3/4 up and 130 flat. See the Delight still selling it, trying to buy it. Century Georgia, 3 deep out there for JMR Mockmel in behind a wall. As a locked and blocked, Diamonds Are Twine. PDQ Hanover wants to get involved into the stretch. See the Delight. Century Georgia. Maybe room at the inside. Diamonds Are Twine coming late. JMR Mockmel. See the Delight. Or Diamonds Are Twine. Oh, that one got awfully close at the line. 2 minutes 4/5. In need of a picture. Race 5 winner of a photo. Your post-parade pick, See the Delight, at 16-1. It's like that. She was on top all the way to upset here in 2 minutes, 4/5 second, longest shot on the board. Coming back to victory lane here. It's a 1, 5, 6, 8, and 2 on the high five. 1, 5, 6, 8, and 2 unofficial. She's back. See the Delight, 6-year-old daughter. A Better's Delight from the Art Major Mare, CU, LA. Don Rankin Jr. of Amherstburg, owning, training, and driving. Getting a little help from his friends here in London. It's the winner's circle for the Longfellow Rankin. See the Delight. 2 minutes, 4/5. Congratulations. Here we go. Race 5 official. See the Delight, a winner, returning 35-10. She's going to complete some nice tickets here. The exacta came back at $410.40. Dollar try, $1,130.80. The double onto the fifth, $108.40. Pick 3, 20 center, 45 and change. The high five, 20 center, over $5,000, $5,628.85. The pick 4 for $1, $1,422.55. The pick 5, 20 center, came back at $705.92. See the Delight. Downtown in London, she won it. Shady Memories 5th and was claimed. Rosella was 8th. Rose Run Vigilant 7th. Diamonds Intertwine was 2nd. JMR Mockmel finished 4th. PDQ Hanover 6th. Century Georgia 3rd. Fractions of 29 and 1, a minute, 1:30, and a mile of 2 minutes, 4/5. Fractions carved out by See the Delight. Her 11th career win, number 2 on the season for Rankin. Top down a 158.72.463. The claiming action from race 5, number 2, Shady Memories. The single claim was entered, and she will be going to trainer Gerard Demare. The claiming price, $8,750. Turn the page. We're on to race 6 for the start of a late pick 5. It's the Trotters. No changes in race 6. Exactor, try, super again. The late pick 5 begins in 5 minutes. There's that win photo between mares. See the light, just enough to hold on against the 5 up the inside. Diamonds Are Twine, and to her outside was the 8th Century Georgia.
See the Delight holds on at 16-1, and is there anything that provides more value than the post-parade picks by Sugar, Doyle, Shannon? That was incredible. It really was. I mean, you noticed the score down.
Mm-hmm.
You thought that the game plan would be down the road, and Donnie Rankin said that is exactly what I'm going to do. Right on down the road at 16-1.
You know, it's been a while since we threw out a post-parade pick. I was almost going to say, not sure she can win, but she looked so good, I just said, let's do it. Post-parade pick all day long. And, you know, when she left the car, Rankin was protecting his inside lane. There was no shot anyone else was going to cut that race.
Yeah, you said it, missionized. And
Yeah.
you know what? I just looked down the page as they were, going off the gate. Last time with the rail in that class was a winner at 13-1. So it was there for the taking, and a good call by you, sir. And those, again, I always got to hear those post-parade picks because they always provide us with some tremendous value.
It's something that I do more so on the Tuesday evenings. Look for the post-parade score downs, and you're with me. So it's nice to be able to share that info and pass it along. It works out sometimes, and it did there in race number 5. We've got the late pick 5 starting up here in race number 6. We go back on the trot for it, and this is a race where I could see a value player showing up. I fanned them across 6 deep, in fact, for this opening leg of the pick 5. Opening up as a favorite, number 6, Zach to the Max. Here's another class dropper, but an outside post for a speed threat that, there's not a whole lot of final quarter speed, big-time final quarter speed on the end for number 6, Zach to the Max. So for me, I got to go deep in this opening leg. Race 7, we're going inside to the 1, Tamal Houdini, along with the 2, Heavy Duty. We're going to single up the 5, L'Argent Ladybug, first time ever for a price in race number 8. I'm going to stick to her all evening long here as my single. Race number 8, L'Argent Ladybug. Going to go 4, 5, and 6 with Cena Magician, Power and Grace, Bucktober, who's fitting in well now against the preferred types, and we'll go 5 deep on the end of this pick 5 play. We just need L'Argent Ladybug to show up in a big way there in race number 8. Robert Reed Jr., your best shot at a late pick 5 in London.
Well, I'm with you in this race. I did spread it a little bit here. I thought that the 6 Zach to the Max would take a lot of support. That's happening right now is 6-5. I'm going 3, 5, 6, and 7. I do think there's some opportunities for some prices in here. Shoshi Deo is one that I do typically get behind and willing to kind of go in that direction one more time on the ticket here at 3-1. Zach to the Max certainly figures against this group, but doesn't really have to win. 1 for 12 in the season. And it's been a while between drinks. In March 7th was the last win at around this level, but wasn't too married to that one in here. Race number 7, the 2 and 6 for me. That's Heavy Duty and Dale of Midnight. I thought Dale of Midnight raced fantastic last time. Heavy Duty has to show up. You would think in tonight's contest. Now as a 2,500 last 3 did make a break last time though. Race 8 for me, the 2 Crown Princess. I just said, you know what? Same scenario as why you like L'Argent Ladybug, first time in for a price.
Yeah.
I'm singling up on that one. So we're going to dual singles, and it's my best bet of the night.
That's a throwdown. Yeah, that's a throwdown. 2 Crown Princess. You're going to probably be on the right side of value in there, though, Sugar. So I'll give you kudos for that before the race even starts. Okay.
Race number 9. I'm going to leave. I left out Eyes of Justice, one of my favorite horses in the track earlier in the night. I'm going to leave off Bucktober, another one of my favorites.
Wow.
Just going to go with the 4, Cena Magician, and the 5, Power and Grace. They get a post advantage over that one, and I think
Mhm.
Cena Magician is going to love getting back here to the Raceway.
Same, yeah.
I almost singled him, but Power and Grace have been racing really well. So have her on the ticket. 1, 3, 6, and 8 in the finale for me. I'd love to kind of get involved in Life Speaks as maybe even a single in there. The problem is post 6 again. Last time came up short by a head from that post. Similar thing might happen tonight. Credit Kawhi, Rail Control, Speed, Tyler Borth. Sign me up for that one on the ticket. Panning for Treasure could rebound in a big way.
Right.
I mean, every right to come back with a better effort than last time.
Sure.
And Miss Italia, I mean, she'd look great in here if
Yep.
it wasn't for the trailing post, right? She's a speedster.
That's right.
How does it work out for her? But
Yeah.
she's going to be on the ticket nonetheless.
A number of horses tonight that look live with those trailing spots, and it's tough to decipher sometimes how the race is going to shape up. Here we go. It's the post parade for race number 6. The Trotters getting set to step out. Trotters on a parade then for race number 6. Exacta Try, Super Late Pick 5 starting up. Number 1, Super T. Dan Clement stays on for the Yakes, John and Chris with John training. Then we've got the 2 Relevant owned by Gary McDonald. Gary trains Travis Henry on board for the drive. Shout out, by the way, Shelley Connolly Wilkie. Shelley Connolly Wilkie out of Prince Edward Island. Tuned in for the racing action tonight. Number 3, Shoshi Deo. Garrett Rooney's on for Leanne Davidson. Trainer is Daryl Laver. Sam Filion up on 4, Dominum Deo. It's owned and trained by Bill Leon. Then the 5, Duke Deo. It's Tony Hamlin driving for owner-trainer Mike Hamlin. Zach to the Max still takes the 8-5 action here, owned by Megan O'Neill, trained by Jack Ray. Scott Ray in the bike. Outside chance for number 7, Stars Above Alleridge. Here's Tyler Borth on another one of those longest shots on the board. This one owned by Tanya Lawson, trained by Pat Bissett. And the trailing spot for 8, What Can I Say? Ashley Bako owning. Lori Bako trains Lauren House to do the driving. 8 Trotters, opening leg. Late pick 5 right here. Here we are looking at number 6, Zach to the Max, the class dropper, a top selection here for myself and Robert Reed Jr. I like this spot for the horse. I'm just not a big fan of his final quarter speed.
Exactly, and that's the problem, right? Is that he's kind of ripe for the pickings on the end of his miles, and it's one of those ones where he's going to take a lot of support. And right now we see the score down. I mean, looks good enough, right? He's a horse that does have that early foot off the switch, and I think that's got to be the game plan when you're getting this kind of class relief.
Yeah.
You got to go forward off the switch and try to get to the lead. But again, he's going to be kind of on the engine and I think looking to get picked up as he has in previous efforts, right? So I couldn't single him by any stretch, and I knew he'd be a short number right now, 3-2 on the board. I think there's opportunities elsewhere, and I mean, if you get him beat, again, we always say it, right? It's not always who wins in the sequence; it's who gets beat.
Right.
If he gets beat, then obviously it'll pay a lot better in this pick 5. And having said all that, people are going to say, well, why do you have him on top then? And I'm asking myself that right now because you're supposed to look for a better price on top.
I do have him pegged on top. I do like that score down. Scott Ray was grabbing up pretty good as he got up around the quarter-mile marker there. So he does look good. His pre-race appearance, right, like you would say, on the 6, Zach to the Max. He looks fine in here, 8-5 currently. Another one to be considering here, you've got number 3, Shoshi Deo, and you like to back this horse quite a bit. It is an easier spot.
Been getting punished lately for it though, but listen, it's easier spot.
Yeah.
Beaten 10-2, back beaten 16. Now you know what? When a horse, sometimes it's like a sports team, right, Sugar? You say, you know what? When a horse gets beat by a big number like that, it might be like when a sports team gets beat, you just say, I'm going to throw it off the page, right? I'm just going to say, you know what? We're just going to look at that last effort and say something went amiss. And the fact that this horse has taken steady action tonight even lends itself more to that for me, right? You're getting 3-1 right now. Off those last lines, the price should actually be much higher. But I was expecting a better effort last time from this one when getting down to the level that he was racing at. 10-1 on that occasion. Now 3-1, getting now 7-2. But getting down to an even easier spot. I'm hoping I see what I was expecting last time. If that happens, he's got a big chance in here because he's the type of horse that can capitalize off maybe a 2-hole trip. Behind one like Zach to the Max. But we need to see more. Last time was not good enough.
I did have this one played up as a nugget contender in here. I did have a little nugget of info down in class this week, and more than capable with her A game. Beware. Just needs the A game, right?
Yeah, exactly. Anything close to the A game should put him right there against this group, but has not had it as of late. And I kind of like it too that you was on a regular rotation. That last kind of we'll call it a clunker. That's what it was. Now you've missed a bit of time, so hopefully whatever was a miss at that point in time has now been remedied, and we see the best version of this racehorse.
A first or second finish by 3, Shoshi Deo, puts him up on over $300,000 career earnings. Seconds away here from the opening leg of our late pick 5 in London. Still even money on the 6, Zach to the Max. Again, the pre-race appearance looked great. The score down looked fine. He's just going to have to dig down a little deeper to produce a nicer final quarter. Looking for a little more on the end for number 6, Zach to the Max. Final thoughts, Robert?
I mean, you said it earlier. Tyler Borth on the longest shot in the board. Still the longest shot in the board. Stars above all the rest. One that I think has an outside chance in here. I don't know. It might be worth using that one in the exotics. You don't get that big of a number on Mr. Borth very often. 19-1 right now.
Sure thing. Here we go. It's the Trotters lining up race number 6, London. Gates moving. And again, shout out to a friend of the show and Shelley Connolly Wilkes, tuned in down around Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Loves her horses. They're at the top of the stretch. 7 Trotters on gate, plus a trailer here. And still even money for the 6, Zach to the Max. A 16th out. Here they come. They're off. Zach to the Max. Quickest off the car for Ray. Towards the inside, Super T. And between Trotters, Shoshi Deo. What can I say up for the treading spot? Got away in 4, seated in 5th. Stars above Alleridge. Next in line, we've got Relevant, off stride, Dominum Deo, and that's got Duke Deo on the break. The Deos went to the gallop here in the early going. Zach to the Max, full of himself here on the front end mission. The odds-on choice, strolling through the quarter mile in 28-4. Ray trying to settle this one down. Second best is Super T at 7-1 at Shoshi Deo. Looking at it from 3rd. What can I say? Is with this front flight in 4th, a gapped off 5th for Stars above Alleridge. Then came Relevant, and then it's back to the early breakers, Dominum Deo and Duke Deo. This is Zach to the Max, kind of out in the middle of the track like he owns the place. Half clocked up in 59-2, Zach to the Max. Towards the 5/8 with Super T sitting 2nd, Shoshi Deo. Getting chased up from 3rd. What can I say from 4th? 5th and in. Stars above Alleridge. Underway at a 6 goes Relevant. Then came Dominum Deo and Duke Deo to the backside now. And it's still Zach to the Max. And it's still Super T pocket riding. What can I say? Mr. Handsome being roused up at a 4th. He's now moved into 3rd. And he's coming on late at 3/4. 129-4. Zach to the Max. He's all in. Mr. Handsome. What can I say? Keeps on coming here at 8-1. He's live cover, it appears, for Relevant, who's coming quickly. Stars above Alleridge. He's going to go to the grandstand side for Borth into the stretch. And it's Zach to the Max. And it's what can I say? What can I say? Zach to the Max. Zach to the Max going all the way for Razor. Second best was What Can I Say? Shoshi Deo, finding room late to be third, and Relevant completes the top four, 2, 0, 1, and 3. It's the 6, Zach to the Max on top of 8, What Can I Say? Then 3, Shoshideo, and 2, Relevant. 6, 8, 3, 2, it's unofficial. It's number 6, Zach to the Max, coming back. Zach to the Max, 7-year-old son of Canteb Hall, from the Donato Hanover mare. Aspidistra Hanover for Megan O'Neill of Denfield, Ontario. Jack Ray, winning trainer, winning driver, Scott Ray. For Zach to the Max, his 22nd career victory. That's 2 on the season. And he rolls gate to wire tonight. 2, 0, 1, and 3. Zach to the Max. Congratulations. Going official here in race 6, Super T was 5th, Relevant was 4th, Shoshi Deo 3rd, Dominum Deo was 8th, Duke Deo 7th, Zach to the Max a winner, Stars Above Alleridge 6th, What Can I Say was second best, 28 and 4, 59 and 2, 129 and 4, and a mile of 2, 1 and 3, Zach to the Max. From the top of 5, 4, 3, 8, 7, 1, 6, 2, 390 to win. Exactor $22.50, dollar try $50.10. The super for about $208.70. Race 7 up and coming. More trotters. Exactor try super, the opening leg of a late pick 4. Put the blinkers on 5, Top Hall. Put Sam Filion on 7, Atalanta Express. 8 trotters for the 7th in 8 minutes.
Zach to the Max kicked off the late pick 5 as the 4-5 favorite. Went right to the lead and a couple tenuous moments, but in the end emerged to the winner's circle. Zach to the Max, and getting down in class seems to be the answer for that one, Sugar.
Sure does, yeah. He kind of bottomed out the field, old Mr. Handsome, what can I say, made a big move up and by 3/4, but you know what, Zach to the Max, just enough to hold them all off there. Again, kind of a bottom-out mission on top all the way and holding on there in race number 6. The 7th race, opening leg of our late pick 4. I'm going to stay inside here with both Timeout Houdini and Heavy Duty, the rare break off the car last time out. He'll look to redeem himself tonight. Gets an easier spot to work with here. Going to go 4 deep in race number 8. Back on the pace for it. I know I singled L'Argent Ladybug in the pick 5 play. The backup plan was going to be the pick 4 when I'm going to spread them across there in that 8th race, the 1, 2, 3, and 5. But still, L'Argent Ladybug, my top selection in there. I'm going to stay with it. Race number 9, back on the trot. A lot of trotting events this evening. It's the preferred top class event in race 9 where we're going to try Cena Magician, Power and Grace, and Bucktober, who's fitting in well versus the preferred types here. Deepest of all on the 4th and final leg of this pick 4. 5 deep in there with Credit Kawhi, the rail, Panting for Treasure can bounce back. Life Speaks, who you like. Better Enjoy, even that outside post. Travis Henry now driving. Trailing spot for a fast speed ball, and Miss Italia, she gate to wired. Life Best last time out, 55-3, but again, a trailing spot for that one tonight. Robert Reed Jr., your best shot out of late pick 4 in London.
Yeah, I'm going to start off by going 2 deep here with the 2 Heavy Duty, thinking that one, has to, love getting down to this class. The key will be to stay on his gate off the switch. Again, you said, though, uncharacteristic break last time. I'm expecting better things off the switch for him tonight from post 2. 6 Daylight Midnight, I thought raced really well last time, and one that we thought that, getting down to this level should be competitive even a couple starts back at a big price. Didn't happen on that occasion. It did last time at 40-1. So I think he's usable in here, especially at 9-1 right now. It's a nice price on the 6 Daylight Midnight. Best bet and single for me in race 8, the 2 Crown Princess. Last time, first over effort for that one. I thought it was still a pretty admirable try by her to still finish 4th in that race. And there's some other races, recently that I thought she's raced really well in. She should like getting into the condition claiming ranks and might just try to go to the front and go all the way on the engine, and they're getting her nose back on the gate. So I'm happy to single the 2 Crown Princess in race number 8. In race number 9, again, leaving off Bucktober, who was such an impressive winner last time. I just think the race goes through the 4 Cena Magician and the 5 Power and Grace. They are ones that are mainstays at the preferred level when they're anywhere near their best, and I think Cena Magician looks pretty good getting back to the raceway after a couple of solid tries over at Mohawk Park. Finale for me, 1, 3, 6, and 8. I think Credit Kawhi is a good speed threat from the rail. Panting for Treasure, a big-time candidate to rebound here. 75 cents to the dollar last time. Will likely offer much more value this time around. Of course, Life Speaks, my top choice from post 6. Miss Italia, one that you kind of have to have, but a trip that we don't see very often here right now, Sugar, is the one where they push out, follow the helmet of the one in front of them, and then get right to the lead, right? You see it a lot of times in half-mile racing, but this meet, we have not seen that at the Raceway. But she's on the ticket nonetheless.
Yeah, and she will be following at speed. Credit Kawhi, no slouch at all off the car, especially with a rail advantage. Last time she had it, she's on top at the quarter in 28-2. So maybe plugged in for the back tier spot, maybe out looking for the lead in the early going. That trailing spot, number 8, Miss Italia, in the finale. It's the 10th race, a high 5 on the end of our card. We've got a pair of trots. We've got a pair of pacing events involved in this late pick 4 in London, a post parade coming up. Race 7, Trotters on Parade. You're looking at the one timeout Houdini for ECS Racing LLC of Michigan. Steve Boston's training. Tyler Moore stays on. Number 2, Heavy Duty. This one for owner, trainer Natalie Elliott, Ryan DeRoche. Steel Reserve, number 3. Owned by Michael Arnold, along with Amy Catherine Lakey. It's Patrick Shepard training, Brett McDonald on board. Telling the Story, number 4, Preston Shaw for Patricia Gibb. The trainer's Joe Shaw. Then the 5, Top Hall, Garrett Rooney for Michelle Atat, Jean Allaire. Brett Lester training, blinkers go on. Dave Lemon, along with Gordon Yo, share ownership on the 6, Daylon Midnight. It's Jen Pinkerton training, Lauren House. 7 outside, Atlanta Express, Sam Filion up for JJ Stable, trainers Katarina Bosniak. And trailing out will be the 8, Rose Run Why Not, owned by Brian and Stuart Lawrence. Brian trains. Scott Ray will try to come right back aboard. A long shot at number 8, Rose Run Why Not. 8, Trotters, race 7, Exactor, Try, Super, and a late pick 4 in London. So race 7, number 2, Heavy Duty. A rare break, took away his chances last time. Now gets an easier spot this week. This horse was racing preferred trotters through the month of March and into April, Robert. A much easier spot.
Oh, much easier spot. Nice, calm, relaxed score down there, right? Just kind of, on his toes a little bit, but looking good out there, and no signs of any miscues, but again, going kind of slow, right? Yeah. 10 for 37 last year, Sugar, high percentage winner, right? This year now 1 for 12, but was kind of thrown into the fire at the start of this season, right? Facing much tougher than what he has to tonight. So this is the kind of race that gets the ball rolling again for one like Heavy Duty, because you get to face softer competition. Like you always say, a heart-building win, right? That's what can happen here. And I really thought it was hard to go against him. I mean, he's versatile. He doesn't need the lead, but certainly we have to think that would be where he wants to go tonight, or at least get near it, or even get into a spot where he can be opportunistic on one like Top Hall, who's another one that kind of gets soft on the end of his miles, right? It looks like he's going to go all the way on the engine and then get soft on the end of it. So I found it hard to go against Heavy Duty on the win end, but I was kind of happy to have one as a backup, like the 6 Daylon Midnight right now at 7-1.
He's a 10-time winner last season. Most of those victories here in London. Age Trotter of the Year, overall Horse of the Year. Just visiting the winner's circle once this season, but as mentioned, he's been in a tougher lot this season, racing against the preferred many a start, but definitely one to be considering here. Right now, a 9-5 co-favorite with the 3, Steel Reserve. Race number 7, the opening leg of a late pick 4. You've got the 6, Daylon Midnight, pegged as a player. I caught this one on the warm-up and looked very sharp. Very sharp on the warm-up. Number 6, Daylon Midnight. Yeah.
He looks pretty full of himself out there right now. And I mean, he kind of raced like that last time, because I remember you were fond of him too back. He got down in class, was off about a month, right? And it wasn't a terrible effort. Ended up finishing 6th in there, 15-1. Then last time, came from way out of it to finish second to last shot. And I kind of caught my eye. I said, wow, we got to look at this one, his next effort. I was hoping he drew a better post. He does move in one spot to post 6. But like you said, if he warmed up good, he looks pretty sharp out there right now. And one that when he trends in the right direction, he certainly, I think, can go with this group and probably even better.
Well, here's the thing now. He's been out here 11 times in 2023. I'm sure I've noticed him on the warm-up before, but he never really caught my eye during his warm-up. Tonight's warm-up, he caught my eye. I mean, those front legs were stretching right out. He was as sharp as I've ever seen him on the warm-up. So that was just something to think about. He's 8-1 right now, folks.
Yeah, 8-1, and one that, by all rights on paper looks like he should be able to go with these.
Yeah,
and that's even a more of a reason to like him. He's a horse too. Trotters can come into their own right at the age of 5.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have the accolades that many of these have, or the earnings. He's only got 62,000 made lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
But again, trotters sometimes come into their own a little bit later, right,
Yeah.
in the career, and I think he might be on the verge of that.
If I was playing any horse in this race off of a warm-up, I'd be all over the 6, Daylon Midnight. The price is right. 6-1 currently, dropping just a tad over the last minute or so, just 8-1, but still one to consider here. You've got him pegged as a top 2 selection. Final thoughts on this opening leg of the Pick 4 play, Robert?
I mean, I'm with that, that idea, right? I think Heavy Duty is the horse to beat, but if you want to go for value, Daylon Midnight's a good one. And you know what? Time Houdini, by the way,
Ooh.
at 7-1 right now.
Under the radar.
Time,
yeah.
Disappointer is the favorite last time, even money. Take back the value if you played him last time, folks. 6-1's a big number on a classy trotter like him.
Race 7, Gates Moving in London. And this is from Bree, a caretaker for Time Houdini. Her niece, Jessie Pear, celebrating her 17th birthday. She's home watching and cheering on Time Houdini. So from Bree and all your friends and family here at the Raceway, Jessie Pear, happy 17th. Trotters, top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off, telling the story from the center. Left on into their Time Houdini towards the inside. Top Hall in play and up between trotters. Heavy Duty. Nothing settled up front just yet. The leader telling the story. Second best, Time Houdini. Ducking and tucking for third. Heavy Duty. And settled into fourth went Top Hall. Fifth best away for Rose Run. Why not? Then third to last was Steel Reserve. Then it was Daylon Midnight. Trailing the field at Atlanta Express. Well strung out here. Following a quarter-mile clocking of 28-3. Telling the story. And her third time over London with a 3-length lead over Time Houdini here at 3/8 completion. Heavy Duty continuing to be third. Fourth best and in for Top Hall. Top Hall from off the pace tonight. Rose Run, Why Not continues fifth, switching outside in sixth. There goes Steel Reserve. That'll be cover for Daylon Midnight, the gapped off trailer at Atlanta Express. 59-1, and still going forward. The mare telling the story. Time Houdini try to get closer from second. Heavy Duty rolling first up out of third. It's Top Hall fourth. Fifth is a Rose Run. Why not? Then in sixth, Steel Reserve. Nothing yet from Daylon Midnight. The trailer continues to be at Atlanta Express up and by 3/4. Telling the story, still the one, right on the wheel now. Heavy Duty trying to make something happen with a quarter-mile left to go. 1:28-4 at 3/4. Telling the story, Heavy Duty at 3-5, pulls alongside now. The front two with separation, swinging for home, and it's Telling the Story. Though Heavy Duty just went by. Heavy Duty in his back class. Here's your horse of the year from 2022, and he's on his way to the winner's circle to rush for Elliott. Second best appeared to be Top Hall over Telling the Story, 159-3. Number 2, Heavy Duty on top here at 3-5, winning over the 5, Top Hall, and 4, Telling the Story. Number 6, Daylon Midnight finishes fourth. 2, 5, 4, and 6. It's unofficial. Here's Heavy Duty returning to the winner's circle here in London, a 5-year-old son of Holiday Road from the Earl Dam Marcliffe. Celinda, owned, trained, and bred by Natalie Elliott of Clinton. Lynn Davies also on the breeder's line. Ryan DeRoche driving to victory. Heavy Duty, his 18th career win, number 2 of 2023. And again, their age trotter of the year last season, overall horse of the year in London. Heavy Duty back to his winning ways here in 159-3. Congratulations. Going official here in race 7. Timeout Houdini was 6. Heavy Duty won it. Steel Reserve was 8. Telling the Story, 3rd. Top Hall, 2nd. Delon Midnight, 4th. Atalanta Express was 7th. Rose Run, Why Not, 5th. 28-3, 59-1, 128-4. It's a mile of 159-3. Heavy Duty. From the top of 6, 1, 8, 3, 2, 4, 7, 5, 340 on the nose. Exactor coming back at $49, $60 try, 143.35. Super for $1, 555.45. 20 center came back at 111.09. 8th race, back on the pace. Exactor try, super final, pick 3 opportunity tonight. 6 pacing, fillies and mares up and coming. 10 minutes to post time on race 8.
It's Bulldog Hanover, 1:45 and 4. There it is, the fastest mile in harness racing history. It doesn't get any better than that.
Bulldog was the most fortunate yes we ever said. Jack Darling had called us up and said, I'm looking to stand him at stud, but I want to race him again when he's 4. We made that deal, got all of the details in place, and we're excited to begin with him. We never take on a stallion that we won't support 100%. So we supported him with 10 mares, and then he became the fastest horse in the world. We chose the mating of Bulldog on paper. We thought it was a really nice cross, and you'll see what a beautiful colt he is. I hope they all look like him. Looks like Bulldog, very tall, very long-legged, very intelligent, just everything you would want in a newborn foal. We're honored and humbled to be able to have this horse in our stallion roster. Bulldog being Canadian sired, Canadian owned, Canadian trained, and now standing at a Canadian farm speaks volumes that Canada can compete on the world stage. We're the luckiest farm in the world to have that opportunity.
Live money updates now for the Pick 5 pool of $13,000 plus. It's $2,074 still in play following the victories by favorite Zach Max Heavy Duty. The Pick 4 started up in race number 7. Pick 4 pool over $12,000. And about half of the pool still live and in play by the heavy fave Heavy Duty. Eighth race starters on parade as we go back on the pace forward. Fillies and mares claiming tags, $15,000. Number 1, Dear Birdie, Tyler Borth driving for Catherine and Darcy McClure. Darcy trains. Number 2, Crown Princess for C. Spray Stables Limited. Trainers Mike Timpano. Driving is Jay Harris. Darlington Hanover, number 3 for Forest City Racing Club of London. Trainers Bruce Goit, Dan Clements. There's the 4, Kelsey. Scott Coulter driving for Cam McQueen along with Paige Vandale Pipers. Cam training. Scott Coulter on the 4. The 5, L'Argent Ladybug in for a price tonight for Larry Lane. Trainers Pat Bissett, Garrett Rooney. And the 6 outside, Penny's Noir, the season debut for Valerie Phillips and John Kennedy. John trains Travis Henry in the sulky. Those are your 6. Pacing, fillies, and mares. Exactor Try, Super the pick 3. Here's the 2, Crown Princess, Daughter of Better's Delight. Top selection here for Robert Reed Jr. And I like the 5 in here, going first-time price. You're saying Crown Princess, first-time price.
Yeah, I mean, you got a maturity edge with yours, right? 4-year-old versus a 3-year-old. But, yeah, I like Crown Princess here. First time in, a condition claimer. I love that angle, right? Has been racing in straight now, winners of 2 at Flamborough Downs. Last time, post 9, got away 4th. Made a first over, but never challenged the leader. But I thought raced, relatively well to still finish 4th in there. Mm-hmm. Before that, it was taking on the likes of Steel Beauty. Actually got the better of that rival 3 back on March 18th. I think Steel Beauty would be, a walkover in here, to be perfectly honest. So I just like the transition for her to this class and back to the raceway. She's got speed. I think she's going to use it off the switch, 8-5 right now. Wouldn't be surprised if she's that price or even less come post time.
Mm-hmm. Others to think about in here, possibly the 1, Tyler Borth aboard. Dear Birdie, I did catch the score down. He just took her down. He went a pretty good clip through the turn, so expect to see the 1, Dear Birdie, right up close in here.
Yeah, I think that's probably, a good path for Dear Birdie here. One that's kind of has been one to get away kind of mid-pack and then make a move at them. Mm-hmm. Was a winner 2 back and now winners a 5,000 life, and then first time in for a condition claimer. Last time, finished 3rd in the race. It was won by Better Deal. Again, rail control, Tyler aboard for the 3rd time. I think you're in with a chance in here. A decent price here right now at 4-1. I thought this horse might take a little more support from the pole position, so I like this one in the underneath positions.
Alrighty, number 3, Darlington Hanover, making the 5th start for the Forest City Racing Club of London. She's definitely going in the right direction here, Robert. 3 back, she's 4th, then she's 3rd, then she's 2nd. What's next?
Well, I mean, a win would be the thing that completes the the trend there. No question about it. Has been racing, pretty well since coming to the raceway. Had a break in the first start, like you said, and then has just kind of gotten better ever since. I just looked at it and said that I thought maybe she might be, like, in my opinion, a notch below, the likes of Crown Princess. And to be honest, after you kind of talked me into L'Argent Ladybug to be more than a 4th place choice for me here as well. But I think Darlington Hanover is one that you have to use in the mix here. 0 for 20 last season. Certainly has progressed nicely since then. And I think also found her people in the condition $15,000 claimers. So definitely one that, should be in the mix throughout and will likely get a chunk of it.
All right, getting close to a minute to go here on race number 8. It's a pick 3 play. Number 5, L'Argent Ladybug. Makes her first start racing for a price and now 2nd start with Rooney on board. Rooney was aboard her last season over Sarnia where she paced him out in 158 flat, so he knows her well. I like the drop in class here.
Yeah, I mean the transition in class is one I'm always fond of, right? When you get away from those open non-winners company, to now a condition claimer, I think she's one that can be competitive in here. I was actually on her bandwagon at a couple of those efforts near the start of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I thought she's been a bit underwhelming,
Yeah.
as a 4-year-old so far, but. Class relief can always be, the thing that perks them up. So
Mm-hmm.
I think Largeon Ladybug, I think you're onto something there with this one, Sugar, and one that I'll definitely bump up my selections and use underneath the one that I think is one of the better plays of the night, number 2, Crown Princess.
You know what? The prices are still kind of right on the 1 Dare Birdie and the 5 Largeon Ladybug. As mentioned, Tyler Bohr scored the 1 Dare Birdie down like he wants to have her sitting first, second, or third. She's not going to be, it's a field of 6, but she's going to be sitting up close here. The score down was kind of quick here, so the price is right on number 1 Dare Birdie at 5-1, who I'm kind of taking a liking to here as we get set to go with race number 8. In behind the gate, Dare Birdie, Tyler Bohr, Crown Princess, Jay Harris, Darlington, Hanover, Dan Clements, Kelsey, Scott Coulter, Largeon Ladybug, Garrett Rooney, Penny's Noir, and Travis Henry. Those are the 6, all on gate, top of the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. And away they go. First to show, Crown Princess, Darlington, Hanover, left up for the 2-hole ride. And away in third, Dare Birdie. Settling down into fourth was Kelsey. Then came Penny's Dual. Largeon Ladybug would have to do it from last. They all took to the pylons very early here. So the front end respect, it's going to go to Crown Princess, shipping in from Flamborough. She's leading here. At 7-5, the second choice. She's in command at the quarter mile. 29-1, tapping it up here. Second best is the race favorite, Darlington Hanover at 6-5. Traveling in third, Dare Birdie. On hold fourth is Kelsey. Then in fifth, Penny's Dual, Largeon Ladybug. Still trailing. No movement here at 3/8 completion. Now going from fourth, it'll be Kelsey. Kelsey will roll the dice here. As they approach the half mile, Crown Princess, 3-year-old daughter of Bettor's Delight, engaged quickly with Kelsey here. The half clocked up in a minute and 1/5, 31 flat through the second quarter. Off stride went the 4 Kelsey. Kelsey made a break approaching the 5/8. So to the backside run, Crown Princess still there, still second. That is Darlington Hanover. It's Dare Birdie racing from third off the back end. Largeon Ladybug getting interested here in the late going. Penny's Noir, and then distanced off of them Kelsey. 3/4 up in 1, 29-1. Crown Princess still there. Dare Birdie on for the deuce. Third and in for Darlington Hanover. Largeon Ladybug in play. She's fourth and will be widest of all for this drive home. All in is Crown Princess. Dare Birdie. Dare Birdie could be going best of all here. Trapped. Darlington Hanover, all in. Crown Princess, Dare Birdie. Crown Princess by a head. Dare Birdie, second right there. Third goes to Darlington Hanover, and then in fourth, Largeon Ladybug, a 2-1-3-5, 159-3. That's the Robert Reed Jr. Ice Cold Superfecta 2-1-3-5 in race 8. Crown Princess returns here. 3-year-old daughter, Better's Delight from the Rock and Roll Hanover mare Alexis Princess. Owned and bred by Sea Spray Stables Limited of Nanaimo, BC. Mike Timpano training. Jay Harris was on for this gate-to-wire victory, winning in 1:59.3. Crown Princess. Congratulations. Crown Princess, $490. That exactor, $17.60. Dollar Try, hey, that exactor's great. $17.60. Dollar Try, $15.30. Super for $1, $42.65. A Selected Ice Cold by Robert Reed Jr., 2135. Dear Birdie was second. Crown Princess won it. Darlington, Hanover, third. Kelsey was sixth. L'Argent Ladybug, fourth. Penny's Noir was fifth. 29-1, a minute 1/5, 129-1, a mile of 159-3. Crown Princess, third career win, third of the season. Top down at 213-645. We'll go on the trot. One final time tonight for race 9. It's the preferred for a purse of $13,000. Noting number 7 Sicario. We mentioned it earlier. We'll mention it again. Number 7 Sicario leads from the trailing spot 8. Post position 8. For 7 Sicario, up and coming in the 9th race, preferred trotting event. Exactor Try Super, a late double onto a pacing event in race 10. 10 minutes to go here on race number 9. It's one final time for the Trotters tonight as race 9 goes on to a late double for race 10 Pacers. The Trotters for the 9. Muscles aplenty. Patricia Gibb owning. Joe Shaw training. Preston Shaw in the sulky. Tony Basile owning. It's Dean Nixon training number 2. Oh, Neriatak Perfetto. Scott Coulter will be driving the 2. Made a rare break last time out. He'll have to mind his manners here tonight. Here is Oh, Neriatak Perfetto. Got a newcomer here in the 9th for the preferred ranked Trotters. Number 3, Reign of Terror for Randy Zane of Quebec. This one trained and driven by Denny St. Pierre. Number 3, Reign of Honor. Number 4, Seen a Magician, our preferred trotter of the year, 2022 at the Raceway. Jen Pinkerton owning and training. Garrett Rooney's on. And then the 5, Power and Grace, track trotting record holder for mares here. Power and Grace for Hartel Maintenance Inc., Lorma McClure and Brett McDonald, along with Reg Higgs. Ron McDonald training. Brett is driving. 6, Bucktober. Bucktober, already a 9-time winner this season for Tyler and Bill Borth, along with Karen Sparling. Tyler trains and drives. It's the outside post assigned here for Bucktober. And for the trailing spot, number 7, Sicario. Sicario always gets a little bit late on the parade here in London. Pamela and John Hine, the owners. Richard Morrow trains. Jason Ryan will be driving the 7. Sicario, again, he's going to leave from the trailing spot 8. Those are your 7 top-class trotters for race number 9. The Exactor Tri Super, plus it's a daily double onto the race 10 pacing event.
All right, just a couple of minutes away from post time to this top trotting class preferred trotters here. A field of 7 with Sicario again leaving out from the trailing post 8, not the 7 hole. And Sugar, right now we're getting a look at the 4, Seen a Magician. And, coming back to the Raceway, last time, did kind of, fade back against some decent competition at Mohawk Park. Before that, only missed by half a length at 45-1 over that surface, and was really doing his best work here at the Raceway. Right. Finishing second to Arrakis 3 back and winning on March 21st. And right now, I'm a little bit surprised to see him going off at a juicy price of 7-2, because I just thought getting back here is going to be what he needs to get back into the win column.
Right. Looking for that confidence-building win, heart-building win, leaving from the center, right behind the car. It's the best spot to leave from in London, in my opinion. Seen a Magician right on out of there from post 4. Garrett Rooney on board, 3-1. That's a value play indeed on Seen a Magician right now. Others to think about. You mentioned Power and Grace. She's just a thing of beauty out there on the track. Trotting record holder for the mares here, 157-1. She is always in the hunt. She's just missed in her last 2 here in London.
Yeah, she was very sharp looking in the post parade, and last time went a long way in the lead from post 7. That's no easy feat here.
Right.
It was kind of throttled down. It did get a 30 and 2 second quarter breather, but hit the quarter pole at 28 seconds. So it wasn't like she really got too much of an easy go of it in the middle part of that race. Just got picked up by a determined Bucktober on the end of it. Two Back was first over before getting split late by Arrakis. And did get past the pace setter Lily's Last. So she's been racing fantastic in her own right. And, 2-1, she's getting that favorite status right now. I think she likely deserves it coming into this. I thought, it might come down to those two, Cena Magician, Power Grace. And I think that's kind of got to be the lineup or something close to the lineup off the gates. But, there's others in here, like Reign of Honor right now, the newcomer taking all kinds of support at 5-2.
Interesting play, that one coming up from the Saratoga half miler south of the border. Here is Bucktober. 9 wins already in 2023. I'd be hard pressed to think, well, there's a horse out west, Outlaw See My Shadow, right? He's been ripping it up over Fraser Downs. He's the winningest horse thus far. But for trotters, I would guess Bucktober is the winningest trotter in the nation right now in 2023.
Pretty hard to have more than 9 victories at this point this season, and he was doing it so easy as well, right? Obviously, a horse that was just better than his competition, and now winners of 50,000 life. But then he took a step up to face real seasoned racehorses, and we weren't sure, how's he going to fare. That first effort was a rock solid one when he was 4th. And then he did much better last time. He got back to the winner's circle and was, again, a determined bid on the end of that mile to get up over Power and Grace. And one that you really can't ever rule out. Right. I just thought that this time around, trip scenario, and the fact that now you throw Cena Magician into the mix, probably more of an underneath player for me tonight.
This is a tougher spot for him, but he could surprise again. Nice experience for him, though. He's a 4-year-old going up against our best trotters on the half milers in Ontario. So great for Borth and getting this horse involved in some nice racing action. Now, here's this newcomer, number 3, Reign of Honor. Denny St. Pierre in with us this evening. Interesting look on this son of Father Patrick.
Yeah, he's a nice trotter in his own right. A classic trotter with 610,000 made. Last victory on Canadian soil came in an upper condition race at Mohawk Park, right?
Okay.
So, obviously, the support's coming for him. I thought he'd be more of an underneath player in the exotics, but we'll see.
Here we go. It's the top class trotting event. $13,000 purse up for grab, the preferred. Muscles of Plenty. Neriatak Perfetto, Reign of Honor. Cena Magician, Power and Grace, Bucktober. Those are your 6 on gate. 1 trailer, Sicario. Sicario in the back tier spot. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Cena Magician right off the car. Gunning for the lead. Next door, though, the mare, Power and Grace, and she wants to assume command here. She's going to do so. Power and Grace setting the table early here. Cena Magician is second. Muscles of Plenty trotting from third. 4th and in for Sicario. Plot on position now from 5th for Bucktober. Then in 6th, Reign of Honor, the Invader. Treading the field, our Neriatak Perfetto got away cleanly. Single file by the quarter mile. It was 28-4. For this leading lady, Power and Grace, closing up as a 3-2 favorite. Cena Magician will track from second. Muscles of Plenty continuing third. Sicario watching from 4th. Then Bucktober 5th, switching outside at 6th. There goes Reign of Honor for St. Pierre. The trailer continues to be our Neriatak Perfetto. That one has switched outside. Loose up front, Power and Grace had them through the half, just 59-4, and she's out there by 2 full lengths. Power and Grace appears to be going for it here. She turns it on here with 3/8 left to go. Power and Grace. Cena Magician all alone in second. Reign of Honor just took third best to the outside. 4th and in for Muscles of Plenty. Then came Sicario. And back markers on Neriatak Perfetto and Bucktober by 3/4. 128-3, the mare. 28-4 through the third. Power and Grace still the one. Cena Magician. Pocket pulling now for Rooney. Will get his shot. Racing from third is Reign of Honor, holding down 4th. Muscles of Plenty into the stretch. It's come down to Power and Grace and Cena Magician. Cena Magician up and after. Power and Grace. Cena Magician, Power and Grace. Cena Magician by a head. Second best was Power and Grace. Third goes to Reign of Honor. Then it was Bucktober and our Neriatak Perfetto in a fourth place photo. 157 and 4. Judges' inquiry here. They will be reviewing action by the 5 Power and Grace, turning for home, possible pylon violation. So the unofficial winner, number 4, Cena Magician here at 2-1. Winning over 5, Power and Grace. The 3, Reign of Honor. And 2, Neriatak Perfetto. 4, 5, 3, and 2. And again, the judges' inquiry involving 5, Power and Grace. Possible pylon violation, turning for home. Cena Magician returns to London and returns to the winner's circle. A 9-year-old son of Daylon Magician from the Cherry Hills mare. Scene du Hurrah. For owner-trainer Jen Pinkerton of Mount Bridges, Ontario, Garrett Rooney was on for this victory. Sharp victory in 157 and 4. Now a 31-time winner in his career. His third victory of 2023. All 3 wins coming in preferred action here in London. Congratulations. Here's the footage. Judges are reviewing the action of number 5, Power and Grace, turning for home, holding all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of a judge's inquiry, number 5, Power and Grace, was over 1 and inside 2. No violations, no need for placings on 5, Power and Grace. Again, she was over 1 and inside 2 pylons, turning for home. No reason for a placing here. 4, 5, 3, and 2 looks to stand. Cena Magician, 610 to win. Exactor 1120. That super for $173.55. Muscles of Plenty was 6 on Neriatak Perfetto 4. Reign of Honor 3rd. Cena Magician won it. Power and Grace 2nd. Bucktober 5th. Sicario was 7. 28 and 4. 59 and 4. 128 and 3. And a mod of 157 and 4. Pocket Ride to Victory. Cena Magician. From the top, a 6-4-3. 1, 2, 5, 7. Race 10 up next. Driver change for the 7. Better and Joy. Travis Henry driving 7. Back on the pace for our super high 5 finale. Non-jackpot, of course. Exactor try also featured. 5 minutes to think about it. Starters on parade. Race 10, our high five finale. Back on the pace. Number 1, Credit Kawhi. Lisa DeRoche owning. It's Patrick Bissett trading Totterborth. Sweetest Hustle, post 2, Lori Keeling owning. Jason Libby trains. Dan Clements on board. Switching to the blind bridle is 2, Sweetest Hustle. Panting for Treasure at a post 3, trying to rebound here for owner Mark Cadman. Angie Carroll trains. Garrett Rooney's up. Lisa Stewart, the owner. Ryan Stewart trains. And number 4, JM Outspoken, Brett McDonald. Andy Moore driving number 5, Lady in Lace for Robin Cassidy along with John Marshall. John trains. Anthony Hahn along with Meg Crone share the ownership on 6, Life Speaks. Meg trains, Anthony drives. Outside chance for 7, Better and Joy. It's John Davidson owning. Cass Schneider trains. Make the driver, Travis Henry. And to trail out number 8, Miss Italia for Wendy Warren Timpano along with Sea Spray Stables Limited. Frank Tucci, Dave Kennedy, Mike Timpano training. Jay Harris on board the 8, Miss Italia, current favorite here at 2-1. Those are your 8 pacers. Exactor, try. It's the super high five. Alrighty, Robert, one final time tonight for the high five play. Number 6, Life Speaks, and you considered making her a big play on tonight's race card. Right now, the big value is on her, 9-2.
Yeah, she is good value right now at 9-2. Sugar, I just looked at this race, and the horse that we would probably love to be on is now hampered with the trailing post,
right.
And Life Speaks, one that's been racing well, a winner 2 back on the engine on that occasion, then stepped up in class, and what a reasonable trip last time to get beat ahead. One that kind of snuck up the inside late as well. So I think that Life Speaks is good value right now at 4-1, and I was surprised to actually see the multi-leg pools and the payouts tilted so heavily in favor of Miss Italia. I thought that trailing post would scare others away as well. It didn't. She's a heavy favorite in those multi-leg wagers.
It's got to be the big mile last time, Robert. I mean, 155-3. She's showing like 3 and 4 seconds better than many of these. So that mile, most likely jumping off the page at people that have played her as a favorite in the multi-leg wagers. A tougher post this time around, but comes in off of that lifetime best 155-3 mile, April 14th. We're talking about the 8, Miss Italia.
Yeah, and loose on the lead, right?
Right.
And it's just tough to get loose on the lead from that spot. I mean, we mentioned, gets to follow away speed. And, the move I've always liked, if you do like one from the trailing post, is when they just kind of stay on the helmet of that one and just try to edge for clearance and just keep on driving to the front.
Sure.
I mean, we've seen that, just have not seen it so much this meet. I really have not seen it as often as I guess you like to see if you're backing horses from that trailing post. Taking a lot of wind support now down to 9-5. I mean, obviously, her record speaks for itself. That performance last time is a standalone one that, like you said, if she comes back to it, she should dust this field. I just don't know how it works out from post 8.
I got a question for you. She's a speedball, obviously. She's leaving from the trailing spot 8. Would you like her more with her nose on gate post 7 here?
Probably. I mean, we've seen
Is that right, eh?
work.
Yeah.
I mean, for one like her, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, especially what we've seen from the 7-hole recently, right?
Yep.
You said it earlier tonight. I mean, these horses that have that snap speed are just doing the killer crossover, and they're on the engine. I mean, again, under normal circumstances, Sugar, I wouldn't really say that, but I mean, we've seen the trend, throughout this year at the Raceway where. the 8-hole kind of gets lost in the mix so many times.
Does too. It's
And you end up
a
saying,
tough
"Oh, well,"
it's a tough
Yeah.
spot. I mean,
Yeah.
you had a speedball in race number 9, Sicario, trailing out, and he didn't take to it at all. And I mean, it's not even when they get away from the car. It's all that momentum, in behind the gate when the gate moves about a quarter mile from the start. Horses normally liking their nose on gate, and then they got to follow a helmet in the early going. It throws them all off, I'm sure.
It does. Yeah, and then they're prone to getting locked in, right? I mean, again, it's just no one's done any favors for that
Right.
for that postseason this season, and
Yeah.
and again, I've seen tracks where it still is one that can work out, but again, we've probably had more success fading it than getting behind it. That's for sure.
Okay, final thoughts. Panning for Treasure for a bounce back. Credit Kawhi on a rail. Tell us about it.
I mean, Panning for Treasure, if you bet her last time at 75 cents to the dollar, you almost have to come back to her
Yep.
tonight at 5-1. And credit Kawhi, I mean, that's where she wants to be, right? She was a winner last time. She had the pole position. Now, I think this is a deeper field she's got to face this time out. But I think that, she gets away 1-2. She's got a big chance in here.
Great job tonight, Robert. Always a pleasure catching up with you on the Tuesday evenings here in London. Thanks so much.
You two, fantastic job. Sure, keep up with those picks of the parade and the score downs and the warm-ups. We'll try to cash some more tickets next week.
We'll keep it on. Here we go. It's the 10th and final here in London. Credit Kawhi, Sweetest Hustle, Panning for Treasure. A JM Outspoken, Lady in Lace, Life Speaks Better, and Joy. Trailing out Miss Italia at 4-5. 1/8 of a mile from the start. Fillies and Mares on the pace. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing. Credit Kawhi. Leaving sharply from the rail next door. Panning for Treasure to be up close. Wide side, JM Outspoken plugged in from the back tier spot. Miss Italia drove right up into the 2-hole here behind Credit Kawhi. They straighten for the backside run, already thinking about it. Miss Italia, and she's fired up for the 2-hole, and she's going to take control prior to the quarter mile. This is going to be quick. Miss Italia and Jay Harris, 27-3. The bullet speed in the finale. It belongs to Miss Italia. She's out there by 4. Credit Kawhi cannot keep up there in second. Panning for Treasure from off the pace tonight to be third. JM Outspoken looks at it from fourth. 5th best away for Sweetest Hustle. All alone traveling 6th. Life Speaks. The back markers are Lady in Lace, and out and around that Better and Joy. Loose up front. Miss Italia by the half and a nifty 50. 6-4. She is trying to bottom out this field, and she'll bend them onto the 5/8. Miss Italia up front. The lead, though, it's now down to 3. Credit Kawhi being asked from second, third and in. Panning for Treasure and Uncover. JM Outspoken out there in 4th. Sweetest Hustle gets towed up into it in 5th. Having to do more from 6th. Life Speaks. The back markers continue to be Lady in Lace versus Better and Joy. Final turn action. After 3/4, a heated 126 flat. Miss Italia going a big one. She's still maintaining a 1.5 length lead. Still coming on the outside. JM Outspoken at 50-1. That's right, 50-1. JM Outspoken takes command. Sweetest Hustle on the outside. Sweetest Hustle, JM Outspoken in a 10th race shocker. Second best was Credit Kawhi, then Sweetest Hustle. Life Speaks. Lady in Lace will complete the high 5. 157-4, just bombs away all day. Number 4, JM Outspoken. Longest shot on the board, 50-1. Shocker in the high 5. 4, 1, 2, 6, and 5 you'll need to cash in on the high 5 play. For a winner's circle photo, JM Outspoken, 4-year-old daughter of Art Speak. From the Camlock Mare, JM Last X. Owned by Lisa Stewart. Trained by Ryan Stewart. Brett McDonald engineering the upset. JM Outspoken there tonight. 157-4. She goes right to her mark at 50-1. That's right, 5-0. Congratulations. Race 10, it's official. The win ticket on JM Outspoken is back at $115.30. Exactor, $853 and change. Pick 3, 20 center on to race 10, $140.34. Dollar pick 4, $1,211.95. The pick 5 for 20 cents comes back at $1,140.53. The dollar try, $797.50. The high 5, 20 center, coming back at over $5,000. $5,659 and change on the 20-cent high 5. The late double, a pair of 4s, for $377.40. Credit Kauai was second. Sweetest Hustle third. Panning for Treasure 8. A JM Outspoken won it. Lady and Lace was fifth. Life Speaks 4th, Better Enjoy 7th, Miss Italia 6th, 27-3, 56-4, 126 and a mile of 157-4 gets JM Outspoken right to her lifetime best. Top down at 238-15476. Thanking you all for joining us tonight. Wagering $536,000 and change on the 10 races. We'll do it all again tomorrow evening, Wednesday. Another 5:50 start time here in London. Again, thank you for joining us tonight from the Eye in the London Sky. Sugar Doyle, have yourself a great night.